Ben
Ben
10
10
Alien Force. Okay, so we're back doing the sequel series to the original classic Ben 10 series. Now, my first like real view of this was through another video who called this series inferior to the classic series, which honestly, after watching it, and this is going to be a controversial opinion, I prefer this over the classic series.
Okay, honestly, I don't know if I'd call that a controversial opinion, though. I think, like, I've noticed that, like, this and the classic series are like neck and neck for a lot of people. Like it kind of changes based on the day.
Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, my honest opinion, and I said this to Tyler after we finished watching Alien Swarm, the other yesterday, and the classics, and hey Shadow Dash, hey Alicia, thanks for joining us. You got the link, and you're here. Yeah, so. I was saying this to Tyler after we wrapped it up and talked about it, but the reason why I prefer it over the original, I mean, I make a joke about it. For example, does the original have Paradox?
No.
Does the original have Ship?
No.
The Alien Force is automatically better. So that's my joke of the fact that Professor Paradox and Ship were really good additions to the Ben 10 universe. I adored it whenever they were on screen, especially Ship. And we'll get into specific moments involving Ship when we get into talking about the individual episodes. But my overall real opinion is that because it's more serialized and the fact that there's not as many one-off characters that you think like, oh, these characters, they'll be cool, they never show up again, damn it. No, a lot of the characters that you think are going to be like one-offs actually do come back in a big way. For example, like Alan, Professor Paradox, like I said, Ship. So I like that. Like it made much more of an effort to be like, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have these guys be just one-off characters. And also the serialized storytelling, I felt like was a whole lot done better in Alien Force.
I do agree. It also does help that this series got a lot of DCAU writers. They got like Glenn Murakami, they got Matt Wayne, Len Uli, and they got in my opinion, the GOAT of Ben 10, Dwayne McMotherfucking Duffy.
Yeah,
like
is he no longer with us?
He's no longer with us. I believe he would have been 62 if he was still with us.
Okay, rest in peace, Dwayne McDuffie.
Rest in peace, Dwayne McDuffie. But a lot of like the DCAU staff definitely had an effect on like the tone and how it was almost like film noir-esque.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of like an alien conspiracy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we'll get into that. But to answer some of the comments that Sheldash has been saying, I like Alien Force because Ben's VA is the same guy who voiced Sasuke. Yeah, I heard that it's Yuri Lowenthal. Lowenthal. Yeah, rest in peace, my guy. Yeah, but considering I've not watched Naruto yet, it will be coming. It will be coming, Shadow Dash, at some point, and hopefully we'll be making videos on Naruto with some other people in Control Chaos. But yeah, that's definitely going to be coming. My exposure to the Naruto franchise. But yeah, I think we should talk about like mainly the biggest change from the classic to the from the classic to Alien Force is the fact that it's a time skip season. It takes place 5 years after the classic series, so naturally, because Gwen and Ben are now teenagers, they've naturally got different voices. And honestly, Yuri as Ben, I think is much more of a natural voicing Ben than Tara. I mean, Tara Strong was good as Ben, but I think Yuri kind of captures both like the childlike mentality of Ben, but also having a tad more maturity to him.
I definitely agree. I would also like to also shout out Ashley Johnson, who voices Gwen. I believe she does a spectacular job.
Oh,
kind
absolutely.
Of getting, like, the being the arguably the voice of reason out of the Alien Force trio.
Yeah, I would say she's the voice of reason, but also like the emotional support of the Alien trio this time around.
Yeah,
Which I've got to say, thank God, Ben and Gwen no longer constantly argue all the friggin' time.
yeah,
go ahead.
In the first episode, like the closest we get to an argument comes when like Ben takes a joke about Max a little too close to heart. Kevin, and then like Ben realizes his mistake and immediately apologizes.
Yeah, hey, people who say Ben and Gwen do, they still do argue, but it's not nearly as painful as it was in the classic series Shadow Dash. It's not like, if you remember, like in one of the final episodes of the classic series, I think it was either Asmith or his father saying, "Can you two stop arguing for 5 minutes?"
Yeah, that was Asmith at the end of Destroy All Aliens.
Yeah. So I will agree they do argue sometimes, but I feel like the argument now is a lot more natural than as opposed to just being two kids just being like, "Hey, you are a poopy head. Well, you eat peas on toast." I was just they were just like the first two examples that came to me, but like, you get the point.
Yeah, Ben and Gwen arguing in this series has more weight and less like two children that hate each other bickering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is honestly the biggest problem I have with the classic series is that like there's always like a status quo that the characters return to by the end of every episode, and that a lot of changes don't a lot of changes don't really last long unless it's like Ben getting a new alien or Gwen getting a new spell or learning something about Max's plumber's past.
Yeah. So I think now would be a good time to start talking about the individual episodes themselves. Okay. Starting with the two-part intro, Ben 10 Returns. So immediately right off the back, there's a lot of curiosity with this because we get new aliens, a new alien species who Max is causing big trouble for, and this is like setting up like what is going to be like the major story arc over seasons 1 and 2, with these aliens, and just like, hey, Max is causing trouble for us. We've got to deal with him, and I do like what they do with Max in Alien Force. That he's not as I feel like limiting Max's screen time in Alien Force worked in all aspects because Max is my favorite character, And instead of overexposing him in Alien Force, because you think with a series like Alien Force, it's like, okay, we're gonna get into like more aliens, so therefore we're gonna see more of Max's powers, more plumber action, more of him getting in on it. But the fact that they limited his exposure in Alien Force, he still plays a very big role in it, but just not as much as in the classic series. And like I said, I feel like works to its advantage because it gets me excited. Like whenever, because Tyler will vouch for me, I always got giddy when Max showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, the hybrids. Yeah. I was going to get into what they were eventually, which I might as well get it out of the way now. Yes, the hybrids are essentially Ben 10's equivalent of the Daleks. They are all about, we've got to be pure. Anything that's not a hybrid is automatically deemed inferior and therefore should be eliminated, because we are not doing a subtly racist undertone with this series, which they totally are.
Mm-hmm. But peering away a bit from the plot, we see Ben in a soccer tournament now at age 15. We get a look at even his old bullies, Cash and JT, are now older, and we also meet Ben's future girlfriend, Julie Yamamoto, who we'll see gets a lot more focus later on. And this really does set a precedent for how Ben is going to act throughout the entire series.
If there was one thing that I would criticize Ben in Alien Force 4, it's the fact that he's kind of a shitty boyfriend if you really think about it.
Oh, don't even get me started.
It's not going to be a problem in Ultimate Alien.
It's going to be at its worst in Ultimate
Alien. Oh god. But yeah. We'll get to that later. The exact problems, and you'd think that Julie being introduced here would be like, okay, we're going to get. It's not going to be a trio this time around. It's going to be a quartet, and Julie's going to be like the new member. So we have 2 girls, 2 boys, kind of even out the playing field here. Because if you really think about it, Julie is aside from one other character, aside from like Paradox, which I mentioned, Julie might actually be Ben's most powerful ally if you really think about it.
I think. Well, that's a whole other debate.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets introduced to Julie, and they kind of sort of hit it off at first, but we then see Ben biking towards Max's RV, the Rust Bucket 2, which is in a trailer park, but Max is nowhere to be found in here, and Ben starts scurrying around thinking like, okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? But before he can even actually get any clear answers, he is attacked by what is known as a DN alien, which is basically they're the foot soldiers for the hybrids in this season.
Yep. And along with that, they're also.
Oh, go ahead.
They're also bipedal Lovecraftian nightmares who can turn their upper torso into a massive tentacles. And one moment I like seeing is like when Ben does a backflip, he puts out his left arm and like slaps his wrist, as if that's like a muscle memory from his time with the Omnitrix.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what the hell? Oh yeah, I don't have the Omnitrix. Fuck.
Yeah. Ben doesn't have the Omnitrix on at this point, and I don't know if they have. I mean, they kind of sort of explained it, but was it the fact that Ben? I feel like what we should have gotten is like maybe like an hour-long special where we actually find out like why Ben stopped using the Omnitrix to begin with.
We get implications of why he took off the Omnitrix, but never a concrete answer.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
We get possible reasons later on, but it's never anything concrete, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like what would have helped is if it was basically DNAs are just beings that get taken over by small squid aliens. I forgot their names, lol. It's all right, Shadow Dash. But I like to think that maybe Ben started probably having, because it is established that he is terrified of Siscara. So I feel like that kind of probably motivated him to take the Omnitrix and maybe take a break. I mean, I wouldn't blame him if I was having nightmares about Siscara. Because out of all the villains in Ben 10, he might be the creepiest.
The guy's skull upside down. What do you
expect? Yeah. So we have Ben basically escaping the DN alien with a fire extinguisher, as you do. Before he finds a device with a pre-recorded holographic message from Max, who's informing him like, "Hey, there's renewed alien activity on Earth. That's what I'm investigating. The Omnitrix is safe with me." And Ben is just like, "Wait, the Omnitrix is safe with you?" So he goes back to find out like, "Oh, hey, no, the Omnitrix is still inside my house." And yeah, this makes Ben a little bit suspicious about Max's motivations. Again, like I said, great setup for like a mystery about Max. Like, oh, what is he doing? And it's at this point where we get reintroduced to Gwen, who is doing martial arts. And literally, the moment where I was like, okay, I do like them now, is when Ben goes to get her from martial arts class, and he says, "Is that my favorite cousin right then?" And then Gwen's just like, I'm gonna hug you. So I was just like, that is kind of nice. I was like, that's probably one of the first nice things they've ever done for each other.
Yeah, and then we see like another one of my favorite moments, which shows that Ben still has like a bit of a goofy side to him, is when like she goes to get changed and
yes.
Ben's just falling asleep on the gym floor.
Yeah, Ben's just falling asleep, which I can understand. He was probably on a lot of adrenaline at that point because he had been attacked by a DNA alien, and he's like, "I'm rushing around everywhere. What's going on with Max? Has he got the Omnitrix? Has he not? I've got to go and talk to Gwen. Oh, I'm going to take a nap."
Yeah, and Gwen comes in like, "Yeah, that's attractive."
Yeah.
It's just the funniest thing to me because it shows like, yeah, they have a much kinder relationship, but at the same time, they can like screw with each other every now and then.
Yeah, they can. But go ahead.
And like, Ben goes on talking about like how wearing the Omnitrix made him feel special, but Gwen reminds him that he was the one that was special and wasn't the watch that made.
Yeah. And it comes back in a later episode where it's like, who is the real hero here? Is it Ben wearing the watch or just Ben himself? Mm-hmm. But yeah, to mention Shadow Dash's comment, I like how they don't tell us why Ben removed the watch, but because it was a good move in my opinion. Yeah. It was a good move, but I would have just liked a little bit more of like why he decided to take it off. Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't have to be like a really long, drawn out explanation. Like I said, it could have been like, I'm having nightmares about Siscara and I just need a break. That's all you need.
Yeah.
So then it turns out that the one that was following Ben wasn't a DNA, but was rather an aquarium plumber called Magis Labrid, voiced by Jeff Bennett, who starts interrogating Gwen and Ben and starts attacking them, and it's here where we get a real look at Gwen's magical powers. I put that in air quotes because of what's coming later. And I've got to say, I really like how because Ben seems like it's a nice balance between them, because you have Ben who uses the Omnitrix, which is more for like offensive abilities, whereas Gwen uses her abilities in more of a defensive way, because she uses shields, she uses like restraints, she can basically walk on the air to get around opponents. So I like how they balance each other out. It's like Ben's the sword, Gwen's the shield.
Yeah. We then see once Gwen actually restrains Magister Labrid, is that he identifies himself as a plumber, and Ben's like, "Oh, our grandfather was a plumber."
Yeah, and this is where they find out where Magis finds out. Oh wait, you're Max's grandkids. And he reports that Max went missing in the middle of a case before, like, hey, I'm sorry, I'll help you find Max. And it's here where Ben decides, like, okay, I've got to put on the Omnitrix again because things are getting a little bit crazy. And that might actually be an explanation of why he took it off. Like, there was nothing happening on Earth for a while. And like I said, he started having the nightmares, and maybe then it was like, okay, nothing's happening. I'm having these nightmares. I think it's about time to take a break. So it's here where the three of them head to an abandoned train station, having been informed by Max about the illegal alien tech being delivered and being carried out by the Forever Knights. So we get the first recurring villains from the classic series, the Forever Knights. Which I am glad that they started off with the Forever Knight, because it would have been so easy to start with someone like Animo or Charmcaster or Philgax, but no, they started off with the Forever Knights. So that was a good thing for them to do.
Yeah, and it turns out that the supplier for the Forever Knights happens to be another old face from the classic series, Kevin Levin. Now sporting his iconic green car.
His iconic green car that he loves. And I'm not just saying that to be sarcastic. No, he loves that car. Like, yeah, I imagine that, and I said this when we were watching Alien Swarm, that if Kevin could somehow marry that car, he probably would marry that car.
Probably.
Yeah.
So what Kevin is supplying our dear tin cans is something called a laser lance, which is basically a crazy laser pistol. And Magister Labrid is like, Earth's technology standard is only supposed to be at level 2. That's level 5 technology.
Yeah.
So
but yeah, which is kind of weird because because of what the Omnitrix's level is.
Yeah, the Omnitrix is level 20 technology, and we even see that there is stuff above the Omnitrix.
Yeah, so I don't know why he's being so pissy about that. But
I would say it's because that certain societies can only handle so much.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that if you like, so let's say Earth is level 2 technology world. If they bring like level 5, 6, 7, 8 technology, it could be too much power for one world to handle.
That's fair. And it also turns out that the humans that are being the suppliers, the weapon suppliers, are in fact DNA aliens.
Another detail I want to bring up also about the DNA aliens is that they conceal their identity typically by using something called an ID mask. We also see Magister Labrid use this as well when he was disguising himself as a human wearing a trench coat.
Yeah. So we have our first big fight in the series, but something is going on with the Omnitrix. It's being dysfunctional, and Gwen uses her power. Gwen uses her powers, but to protect Ben, but she becomes immobile because of the DNA alien slime-like saliva material. And it's here where the Omnitrix starts to suddenly change its appearance, and we get a new collection of species for Ben to transform into, starting off with Swamp Fire.
Or known as by species name the Methanosian.
Yeah.
Basically, swamp fire is sort of a combination of heat blast and wildvine, where he has fire powers but also can control plant life. He can let off a noxious gas,
and he can regenerate his limbs as well.
He can regenerate his head.
Yeah.
So
So I guess Swamp Fire is the first fire grass type. Pokemon, you could have done this a whole lot earlier. Ben 10 was giving you ideas.
Hey, Ben 10 is the superhero. Is the superhero series for the Pokemon crowd. So
yes,
or
so
just
it's
the monster collecting crowd. Like
yeah.
We also see a new power from Kevin. Instead of absorbing energy, he now absorbs matter, as seen when he touches the metal rails of the train tracks, is able to coat his body in metal.
Yeah. Now for the people who have watched the Power Rangers franchise, this is very similar to Sid's ability in Power Rangers SPD, where she can absorb her fist with any material. It's very similar, and they did come out, and well, Alien Force came out a few years after Power Rangers SPD, but it's basically the same general concept between Kevin and Sid. So I just wanted to bring that up there. But yeah, it's here where we actually find out, like, oh, Kevin is actually a nice guy. It's like, I don't know how to feel about that after watching the classic. I would honestly love to know, like, what people's initial responses were to Kevin from going from the classic series to seeing him in Alien Force, given how much of a dick he was in the classic series.
I remember being all for this because I was I was like, oh heck yeah, an old ally teaming up with the heroes, that's awesome. Because
you mean an old enemy teaming up with the heroes?
Yeah, an old enemy teaming up with the heroes, that's awesome.
Yeah, but like with Ben and Gwen at this point, yeah, I was very dismissive at first about Kevin. I was just like, oh, he's up to no good. He's up to no good here. But it turns out that the reason why he's helping them is because, hey, I didn't get paid, so because the Knights escaped with the weaponry that he was hauling.
Mm-hmm.
So they travel in Kevin's car, and LeBrid explains that the weapons deal would lead them to the alien activity that Max mentioned before Max vanished. And this is where we get to the joke about Max, where Gwen jokes that Max is lying to them and is enjoying leisure instead. And yeah, Ben had every right to call out because there's a time and a place, and your grandfather is missing, presumably in action MIA, which more often than not means that they're most likely dead, and Gwen's making a joke about that. So yeah, I can kind of understand where Ben's coming from here, because it's like, hey, this is our mentor figure, and you're gonna joke about him vanishing? What were you gonna say?
And then when Ben snaps at Gwen, Kevin stops the car to be like, "Hey, don't talk to her like that."
Yeah, which baffles me. It's like, cause how Kevin and yeah, okay. This relate okay, slight jumping ahead, but Gwen and Kevin are gonna get into a relationship, and after a while I'm like, okay, yeah, they're a cute couple together, but just the initial setup of it is kind of a bit rushed if you really think about it. Because in the classic series, Kevin and Gwen had barely any interaction whatsoever.
Yeah, admittedly, that is really weird. They sort of like, they do like kind of like retroactively fix that once we get to Omniverse, but
Okay.
without taking what goes on in Omniverse into account, this is like really jarring that like Kevin would stick up for Gwen, but who knows? Maybe he has some kind of code of honor or some shit.
Maybe.
Because
What am I kidding? It's Kevin. In his first episode, he was willing to sacrifice sacrifice a entire subway train full of people.
but then again, this has been 5 years since then. He's obviously
Yeah.
It's apparent that he has done a lot of growing and a lot of evolving as a person.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So after this initial conflict, they arrive at the Forever Knight's castle. And once they're inside, they start looking around for any clues, which Ben accidentally knocks over a suit of armor, and it awakens a massive dragon-like creature, which ends part 1.
But going into part 2, Ben then shows off another new alien known as Echo.
Which I've got to say is a better Ditto in every way.
Yeah. Otherwise known by the species name of Sonorosian, Echo can not only duplicate himself, but unleash a super scream,
which they're gonna use to destroy the dragon, and as Kevin is finishing off the Forever Knights, one of them shouts to him from behind, but Labrid sees him and shoots his laser gun at him first, which results in the Forever Knight's laser lance being damaged, and Labrin warns it like, "Hey, do not use that."
And then Forever Knight's like, "Yeah, what the hell is this guy like talking about?" And then the laser lance explodes, because of the damage it sustained, and ends up killing him.
Yeah, so basically, Forever Knight blew himself up because he was stupid enough not to use a warning. But this is when
Kevin was also going to be caught in that crossfire too if it wasn't for Master Labrid.
Yeah, which is the moment where Kevin basically starts his transformation because of the fact that, hey, yeah, he kind of owes Magister Labrid's his life.
Yeah, and there's also like another like comedic scene regarding Echo when he uses his sound attack. They're like, Kevin's like, "Dude, you could warn us next time." And Gwen's like, I have earplugs in my purse.
Yeah, but yeah, which is kind of a bit funny. So just to mention Sharon Dash's comments, I also like how Kevin avoids absorbing powers now because he knows what will happen. Hence, why he only absorbs materials. Yeah, that is kind of smart on his part. I feel like Gwen is the main reason why Kevin. Oh yeah, she definitely is. That's another reason why Kevin joins the plumbers, but I won't say. But I won't say 4 reasons. Yeah, because we'll get into it, like why he eventually joins the plumbers. So yeah, we have Magus dying. Hey, 2 episodes in and already the first death of the season.
Yeah, because after that explosion, there's a leak in Master Elaborate's suit, which caused him to shrivel up like a prune. And he says to Ben, it's up to you to get to the bottom of this alien conspiracy.
Yeah. So Ben takes on Labrad's words and asks Kevin for help, and Kevin decides, yeah, you know what, I'm going to help you guys. So they start to infiltrate the ship of the DN aliens, and this is where we also get ourselves really good proper looks at like the hierarchies between the DN aliens and the hybrids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we also see Ben actually infiltrating the hideout by using an ID mask that he swiped off of a DN alien.
Yeah. So now he's transformed into a DN alien for a brief moment, and as they're infiltrating, of course they're going to cause explosions and make too much noise and cause them to be attacked by the DN aliens. But Ben uses the Omnitrix once more and transforms into another new alien, one of his more prominent ones throughout Alien Force. No, and I've got to do it properly. Humongosaur!
Otherwise known as a Vaxosaurian.
Which is essentially a dinosaur version of forearms.
Except he only has 2 arms, and he can grow.
Yeah, and he can grow. So it gets the impression that they were looking at like all the aliens from the classic series and think like, okay, how can we improve on these concepts? Because Swamp Fire is a better heat blast. That's not debating that. Echo is a better Ditto, and Humongosaur seems to be like a stronger forearms.
I believe there was like this was said that like that the design philosophies behind the Alien Force batch of aliens was to make them more like versatile than the classic series, considering Alien Force has never mind, I completely forgot Ultimate Alien existed. I was going to say they have the least amount of new aliens added, but I'd be wrong because Ultimate Alien does, because he gives us the initial 10.
Okay. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. So yeah, but I do like I saw this hot take of like how the Alien Force aliens are a little bit OP, and I have to scratch my head at that because they're not really that OP. I mean, they are strong, but it's proved right here that even with like Humongosaur, like this big bulging dinosaur that can change size, it's no match for the hybrid. The hybrids in the series are some of the more powerful aliens that we've encountered so far, because that one alone is strong enough to take on the entire group by itself. Yeah. So the hybrids end up taking off, and even though Humongosaur tries to get at them, they end up throwing Humongosaur off the ship before before he's able to hit the ground. Gwen catches him with a magic to soften the landing, and Gwen uses a magical shield to protect them from the blast before the ship can fully take off.
And because Ben and the gang ruined all his plans, he says he now has to move the ship to find a new hideout. So they're going to destroy all life within 5 miles to act as a new hideout. So Humongosaur grows up to 60 feet tall and grabs onto the ship for dear life.
Yeah, but even then, that's not enough for the. Even then, that's not enough to stop the DNA aliens.
Mhm. He did manage to disable the cannon before it like hit a hospital.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Which that's like the second time they've saved the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um. So. And due to the damage that Humongousaur did, the spaceship crashes and explodes in an empty area nearby. And this is where um, we get like the setup for what's to come in this part of the series. That Ben wants to solve the case of what Max was working on so that he can find him, and he thanks Kevin for his help. But Kevin says he wants to continue helping them to the end since he made the promise to LeBrid that hey, yeah, I'll fight the good fight. So this is where they start to form the team, but elsewhere, a DNA alien contacts the hybrid and tells them that Max has continued to evade them, as well as the fact that the supply ship was destroyed by Ben and that he has the Omnitrix. But it's the hybrid says that Ben has no idea what he's up against this time, as it reveals that there are hundreds of DNA aliens. So that ends the premiere episode. So a lot of stuff in this two-parter, but it's pretty much like setting up what's gonna be in the finale of season 2.
Yeah. I feel like this premiere does do a fantastic job of laying the seeds for what we can expect. Uh, uh, we got some cool action stuff from the new aliens. Got to see what the hybrid are somewhat about. Arguably, I want to say it's the best premiere of the franchise.
I agree. It was a lot. It was a lot better of a premiere than the original classic series because it got me intrigued about a lot of things that would come. So yeah, just to read some of these comments. Remember, when Kevin said, "I'll follow you anywhere" in a romantic way. Oh yes, yes. And also, we've got Karma in the chat. So hiya, Karma. Humongousaur is a grappler. Forearms is a striker. Fair enough. Fair enough. I might be wrong here, but I think it was after the Argite episode that aired after the premiere.
It wasn't the Argent episode.
Argite episode. No. We went in a specific order.
Yeah, we went in. I believe we went in U.S. airing order, but
yeah. So the next episode is Everyone Talks About the Weather. It's the one that introduces Alan.
Yep. Let's get into that episode, shall we?
Yeah. So, like I said, we get introduced to a new character, and I thought this was going to be like a one-off character, but no, Alan does play a semi-big role, not as big as he should do. I feel like that Alan should have done more in this series, but still plays a much bigger role than someone like Clancy or someone like Kai.
Yeah.
So we see that he has abilities similar to Heat Blast. He's kind of like a mini Heat Blast. So he's flying around and he's causing fire to spread around everywhere, which naturally gets the attention of the police who start confronting him. But he's like, "Oh no, you're not taking me in. I'm not going down without a fight." And so he starts blasting everyone around him. Before he crashes into a scarecrow sticking up from a cornfield, which causes it to fall from the ground. And this is where, like, hey, you're made of fire, so we're going to bring a fire truck to immediately start spraying you with water. But it's not enough water, and it only serves to make Alan mad, who's just being like, I'm innocent. I'm not doing anything. I have not caused what you're claiming that I've caused you to. Okay, yeah, it's fire related, but that doesn't automatically mean that it's me.
Yeah. So then after Alan escapes, some more officers come by, crashing into Alan, which knocks him unconscious, and they decide to handcuff him and throw him in a giant freezer.
Which you would think, wow, police brutality. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and the main cop here, I think it was Sheriff Mason. I think his name is.
Let me look it up. Sheriff Mason. Yeah, Sheriff Mason.
Yeah, like dude is a prime A-class asshole, voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson.
Oh, absolutely. There's no defending, because he's just one of those cops who just won't listen, no matter what.
Yeah.
So
he's like,
this is. Oh, go ahead. Also during this time we find out that Alan has what is known as a plumber's badge, which he says it was from his father, but the sheriffs are like, well, what does it do? What does it do? And of course, Alan refuses to tell him anything. But would they have believed him if he said, like, hey, my father was involved in an alien police force and this is the badge to prove it?
Probably not.
Yeah, so they decide to take it away from him, and the sheriff puts the badge down at the desk, which starts flashing and beeping, and it's revealed that the reason why it's flashing and beeping is that Kevin also has a plumber's badge that starts ringing, and the plumber's badge is basically can signal when another one is in the area. They're kind of like homing beacons on all of them, so they're easy to. So, like, if you have a plumber's badge, you can easily track another's plumber's badge.
Yeah, and Kevin got that plumber's badge from Magister Labrid.
Mm-hmm. We also have Ben at this point being worried that he might get that he's going to be late home and get grounded by his mother. Oh, that episode is that episode. Oh, just you wait. That episode is coming, guys. That episode is coming. So yeah. Yeah, Kevin is wondering, like, hey, why is it flashing? And Ben thinks like, oh, it's a message from Max trying to tell them where he is. So they're like, hey, it's worth breaking the speed limit. No, it's not.
And then the Alien Force trio arrived to Grover's Mill.
Yeah.
Where
carry on.
We're back at the ice warehouse. Alan tries to turn into his Pyronite form to break free of his cuffs. However, it's too cold, so he can't really ignite himself. It's like kind of like if kind of like trying to start a fire in a freezer.
Yeah. In like a really So, go. Sorry, carry on.
But apparently he can use some of his Pyronite powers in his human form, because he was able to spit a lava loogie on his handcuffs, which causes them to melt. And then he walks out of the freezer, grabs his plumber badge, ignites himself, and blasts his way out. Which, I mean, you could have snuck out and flew away.
Yeah. Also, just a side note, just to go back to the premiere episode, one note that I put down because I thought it was a really funny line, is the line that Gwen says at the end of the episode, easy as pie. Does anyone know how to make pie? I don't, that line just cracked me up so badly. Hey, does anyone in the chat know how to make a pie? If do, let Gwen know. So yeah, going back to this episode. So after eventually running into Alan, we have Ben transforming into Jet Ray, who is essentially a pterodactyl.
Not really. I'd say he's more like more like a, I guess, I don't know what I'd call him.
Well, that's what I called him. I called him a pterodactyl.
We do get another alien in Omniverse that fits that the pterodactyl vibe a lot more. I guess he's like if a stingray could fly, almost.
I guess that's what they were going for.
Yeah, because that's why he's called Jet Ray. Species name Aerophibian.
Yeah. Who, if I recall, is voiced by
Dee Bradly
Baker. Yes. Get used to that name because, like I said in the chat, in the description for this video, there's a reason why I made the joke about it being called the Dee Bradly Baker Show. He voices pretty much half the characters in this series.
Yeah, he voices all sorts of minor characters, major characters. Like legit, Dee Bradly Baker voices all of Ben's aliens minus 2. 3 if you want to count Alien Swarm, but
yeah. But also as well, yeah, I did have that as one of my notes. Shadow Dash. Shame that Jet Ray only appears for Alien Force and Ultimate Alien. Aww. But again, Shadow Dash, just try to keep the spoilers to a minimum about stuff like that. So yeah, can we talk about the fact that Kevin has too many speeding tickets and he doesn't give a shit? Yes, Kevin has piled up so many speeding tickets that he probably deserves like as much jail time as Chris McClane would get for child endangerment.
Yeah, like,
yeah, and also the fact that
when
nobody.
Kevin gets pulled over, like Gwen's like, Kevin, that's a $400 speeding ticket, and Gwen's like, I think that's a personal record, and shoves it in the glove box.
Yes, he shoves it in the glove box because he doesn't plan on paying it. The fact that nobody knows Ben's secret proves that Goodbye Good Riddance was a what if episode. Yeah, it does. It does. So yeah, and as the fighting and everything, Ben and Alan try to make a run for it because the cops are on their tail and they end up running through the cornfields. So as they continue to fight, Alan tells Ben that he only got his powers a couple of weeks ago, and that's it, and that he's only part alien since his mother is a human. So once again, Max's influence over the Ben 10 universe is getting to absurd levels because it turns out that most of the characters, what are going to be called the plumber kids in this season, are basically half human and half alien. So Max's influence over the Ben 10 universe is reaching absurd levels because of the fact that everyone probably found out about him banging aliens. Thought that sounds neat, and then they all started banging aliens. I just like to think that that's what happened. That everyone thought Max banging an alien was so awesome that they all decided to do it.
This is where he also reiterates to Ben that his dad was also a plumber that gave him his badge. But the sheriff took it away.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He actually was able to nab it back from the sheriff and give it back to Alan.
Yeah, and also during this conversation, Alan finishes explaining to Ben how the show thinks that Alan was the one who started the fires, but Ben believes that it wasn't him, and this is where Kevin and Gwen meet up with him again, and and they start to figure out like, okay, what is actually going on around here. So Gwen starts to use her powers to get everyone high enough in the air to see that there's that the crop circles around them actually create a circuit board for something. And Ben points out that, hey, what's those weird sparks in the distance? And after a closer look, they see that men in suits are activating the circuit boards, which lead to a large tower, which cause snow to start falling. Snow in July. I don't know when Alien Force takes place.
And then the sheriff, voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, is like, "Oh, what's this? It's snowing? Large shower? You must have been using that machine to steal all the heat to feed your powers."
Oh my god! Shut
the dude
up!
goes off on so many fucking assumptions that I'm convinced that he was a news anchor for Fox.
No. He was an assistant to Alex Jones. He had to have been an assistant to Alex Jones because only someone like Alex Jones would jump to these conclusions and also conclude that they're all freaks. But before anything else can get out of hand, the men in suits do us a solid and start freezing the officers. As Gwen is trying to use her magic to protect them, Ben transforms into swamp fire and attacks them, and they're able to defend themselves. And it's revealed that the people who were creating the circuit board are actually the DNA aliens. Who tell them who they are and that they will destroy them all because they are an inferior species. Because that's the theme of Alien Force, is that anyone who is not pure of one species is inferior.
And it also confirms that the DNA aliens, and by extension the hybrid, thrive in a cold environment, which is why they have the tower producing all that snow.
Yeah. So Swampfire asks Alan to take care of one of them at the top so that he can get a little closer. But it's revealed that Alan, like Owen from Total Drama, well, not like Owen from Total Drama, but he's bad at flying essentially. But Swampfire is like, hey, don't worry. He had trouble with it at first, so he teaches him like basic tricks so that he can actually fly better, which includes standing on a piece of rock, which becomes like Alan's main source of transportation. Like he'll get a piece of rock and use his fire as like a rocket boost on it to make him seem like he's flying when he actually isn't.
Yeah, he kind of used it like how Ben had his hoverboard almost.
Yeah. So after all of this, they're able to destroy the weather tower, restoring things back to normal, and Alan uses his pyrotechnic powers to free everyone from their cold sleep. And Ben says, "Hey, Alan was the one that defeated the aliens and saved everyone." And this is where we get Ben asking Alan, like, "Hey, you're a plumber's kid. Do you want to join our team?" But the sheriff had a change of heart. No, he didn't. He was still a douche. He basically was like, yeah, this powerful kid that can help you save the whole world. Yeah, he's not going to be joining you. He's going to be sticking around here, helping me fight off other aliens.
Though Alan does say that he does encourage Ben to call anytime they need him.
Yeah, but we'll never see Alan again.
Actually, that's wrong, because we'll be seeing.
Nope, because this is Ben 10, Tyler. We only have one-off characters. We don't see them again. No, of course, we'll see Alan again.
But moving on to the next episode, Kevin's big score.
Yeah, which introduces another recurring character, Splinter. Actually, no, it's Argit.
Yep. Who is an alien con artist and an old acquaintance of Kevin. And Argit gives Kevin a little tip about a piece of alien tech that Kevin's looking for. And he apparently heard that from a character known as Octagon Vreedle, which, funnily enough, is the first time Octagon Vreedle is mentioned, and he doesn't show up till season 3.
Yes. That is weird. That is weird. So after this initial meeting with Argit, Kevin offers to repair Max's RV, the Rust Bucket 2. When Kevin is finished, Gwen tries to go into the motorhome, only to have Kevin stop her. And as they're waiting patiently and confused, they find out that Kevin is speeding away from them in the RV. So Kevin just stole the Rust Bucket.
Yep. But
nobody steals the Rust Bucket.
Have you forgotten Ben for Good, buddy?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And they paid for that. They paid for that because nobody steals the Rust Bucket.
But thankfully, while in this bad circumstance, we do see a new alien from Ben, Big Chill, or known as by their species name, Necrophrygians.
Which I've got to say is one of my favorite of the new aliens. I just like his voice and how he's like, Big Chill, and I'm going to make all these puns that will chill you out.
But, as Kevin gets away, Gwen was able to catch up with Ben, which makes him slightly impressed, and so Gwen starts using her own powers to track Kevin from a used handkerchief. Meanwhile, Kevin meets up with Argit to show off the Rust Bucket 2, which he wants to trade for the alien technology. Though Argit says it's worthless, but takes it back as soon as he sees
what it can do.
Yeah, as there's a lot of alien tech installed into the motorhome. As Argit betrays Kevin, shooting quills at him like a hedgehog, causing temporary paralysis, and stealing the Rust Bucket too.
Yeah. Also as well, just to say with Shadow Dash's comments, the weather episode is actually one of those episodes that hints towards the hybrids plan. Yeah, it is. And Argit is just a scumbag, but he's also likable in a funny way. No, I don't really like Argit. I thought he was just like he's like one of those weasels, ironically because he's a rat. But yeah, he's just one of those weaselly characters who's like, just go away. And here comes the Mr. Freeze jokes. Yeah, with Big Chill.
Though,
so after Argit drives away, Kevin is still able to move around with just enough energy to absorb the concrete's ground and regain his strength. And then he throws a boulder at the far off RV, which Argit quickly avoids. Which begs the question of like, how far can Kevin actually throw something?
I don't know. Sounds like he could be in a. Sounds like he should enter like a shot put competition. I think.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
think he'd become an
Kevin.
Olympian with that.
Hey, Kevin. The Olympics are in a couple of weeks, in a few days' time, so you might want to get yourself down there to Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's revealed after Ben and Gwen have located Kevin that, hey, I hidden a tracker, so we should be able to track Argits with the plumber's badge. So they're following the tracking signal, and they're led to a warehouse where they find the RV is completely stripped, and yeah, gets Ben a little bit angry, and he's like, "Hey, Kevin, don't walk away or else." Before Kevin's like, "Hey, are you gonna fight me?" And yeah, come on, Ben and Kevin fight. Let's go. But no, that's not what happens. And they see that Argits is walking through the door and into the rust bucket to complete to retrieve a piece of alien tech that he forgotten before he's confronted about by all three of them, who are ready for a fight. And the alien that Ben transforms into this time when confronting Argits is Echo Echo, Echo Echo, Echo Echo. And thinking quickly, Argits shoots his quills at the many Echo Echoes, hitting all but one, and also hitting Gwen and Kevin. And as Argits prepares to shoot the last Echo Echo, he quickly multiplied himself and used his powers to create a wall of sound, which sends Argit's quills back at him, which is pretty clever if you really think about it.
Yep. But when Argit comes to, he finds himself tied up and with his quills glued to his head.
And it's revealed. It's revealed that the person behind all of this is actually Volcanus. We get Volcanus again.
Yep. Now almost acting as a sort of mob boss when it comes to alien tech. And Volcanus is actually the one who had the alien tech Kevin wanted. Though Volcanus isn't too pleased with Kevin's, considering that Kevin left him at the bailed on him to be at the mercy of the plumbers, and he was charged with possession of some counterfeit isotopes. So Volcanus refuses to make a deal with Kevin, to where Kevin says he'll do anything. So then Volcanus uses a machine that restrains and forces Kevin to absorb, to subconsciously absorb a rare living gem called Tatanite.
Which is basically the from what I remember, it's the stuff that Diamond Head is made out of.
Is Diamond Head made out of Tatanite?
Well, it looks like it looks like something that Diamond Head would be made out of.
I don't think that
Tatanite. The Tatanite is the rarest and used as currency commonly throughout the galaxy in the form of rectangular coins called.
It's Petrosapiens are not made of Tatanite, and Tatanite does not come from Petropia.
All right. But they do look similar.
Somewhat. And furthermore, Petrosapien crystals have no real value.
Yeah, fair enough. So at this point, it's revealed that Volcanus, after what they tried to do with Kevin, try to turn him into a diamond and sign him off, and after Big Chill basically defeats Volcanus, it reveals that Volcanus is not this huge muscular monster that we were led to believe, but rather his body is basically a robot, and he's a tiny little alien.
Yeah, which makes his classic design all the more confusing, considering we saw the top of what looks to be giant pectoral muscles. But No, I guess he's just like a stubby little baby man.
Yeah. So after Gwen frees Kevin and makes him stop absorbing the Tadenite, Kevin remembers the reason he came and retrieves the piece of alien tech, and it happens to be another holo viewer that contains a message from Max, and it's basically Max saying like, "Hey, you remember Alan that you met in the last episode? Well, there's going to be other plumber kids like him. You've got to get them all together and form yourself a team for something that's for something big that's going to be coming later on." Which leads us into Kevin officially being a proper member of the team, and leads us into the next episode, All That Glitches.
Glitters.
Glitches, whatever.
In this episode,
in this episode, we get introduced to a new character who might be a plumber kid called Michael Morningstar.
He is a plumber's kid. I believe his father was a plumber.
Oh, okay.
And at the beginning of this episode, while Ben was constantly rewatching the message from Max that they got from Volcanus, Gwen and Kevin argue about Kevin's reluctancy to ask Gwen out.
Which I'm just like, again, it's like, where did this come from?
Yeah, and
yeah. Also, Cheryl Dash. To be honest, I don't blame Ben in that episode because Kevin was acting sus, but not in a bad way. He just didn't want to admit why he was being sus. And we established that Diamond Head and that crystal stuff aren't related. Okay, yeah, that is fair. But yeah, Kevin asking Gwen out again. It just seems like the relationship is just being rushed way too quickly. Or maybe just more time has passed between episodes.
It could be that. I do wish that we had some more time to build on the dynamic between Kevin and Gwen. I do think they did a decent job here. It's just because it was established that they had gone on a date to the pier, which we'll get to later. I just kind of wish I kind of wish that we got an episode dedicated to Gwen and Kevin and building that relationship. Which, I mean, I guess we're getting that now.
Yeah, but it just seems like
nice to have more.
Yeah. As they're looking for a distraction from the present awkwardness, which I don't blame Ben for feeling like this is kind of awkward between, because Ben honestly feels like every time it's Gwen and Kevin trying to flirt, it feels like he is like the third cog in the machine, which again is why I feel like Julie should have permanently joined the team.
Yeah. But when they reach an overpass by a highway, they see a high school girl just stumbling into traffic like she's had one too
many drinks, which is weird considering you're not. I mean, how old do you have to be to drink in America?
21.
21. That is crazy. Hey, you can go to college, but you still can't drink.
Yeah. I mean, most college kids ignore that anyways. Have you seen you should see some of the college parties here in America. They get pretty wild.
So,
uh,
yeah,
a
carry on.
from with this chick being out in the middle of the road, this causes a truck to swerve out of the way and crash into one of the support beams of the overpass. Well, and then the truck caught on, and now the truck is on fire and the driver's unconscious, and the overpass starts to crumble. Gwen uses her magic to form a slide to get people to safety, while Ben uses humongous sword to hold up the bridge. While Kevin rescues the truck driver.
We have a blonde, handsome flying boy swooping in and saving the day, and with his impeccable teeth and sharp manners. And it's revealed that the girl is called Trina. It is called Trina, and it's desperately saying, "Hey, I was fleeing from something," but she's too disordered to provide the details. And this is where the boy officially introduced himself, like, "Hey, I'm Michael Morningstar. I'm a lifelong fan of you. Ben." And he goes to give Gwen a handshake, and a surge of energy flows between them. Something that he claims, like, "Hey, that never happened before." And Gwen is immediately smitten by him. So Kevin naturally has to be jealous. He says, like, "Hey, I'm suspicious of you, but come on, Kevin, you are jealous. You are jelly that somebody is trying to steal your girl from you." Yeah, go on.
With the crisis averted, Michael makes sure that Trina gets home safe, and the four meet up at Mike's place afterwards.
Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
And it turns out that Mike's parents are fucking loaded.
Oh, absolutely, they are loaded.
And then meeting him for like what, 5 minutes maybe. Ben's like, "Hey, want to join the team?"
I know, right? I know, right? I know. I'm just like, wait, yeah, kind of being a bit rushed to the party then. They have the tour of Michael's house, and Ben tells Kevin that Michael's powers and equipment could be helpful, and he repeats his offer to help. Explaining Max's disappearance and the whole alien conspiracy, and Michael's just like, "Hell yeah, I want to help." And Michael explains about another power surge that's happening, that the power has been unreliable lately, and it has a backup generator to keep the lights on. However, Ben notices from Michael's monitoring channel that there's no power surge because the energy drainage at the local power plant is unusually high. And when they head out to investigate, Gwen notices a star-shaped mark on her arm, the exact same mark that Trina had on her arm, causing. Go ahead.
You finish.
Causing more suspicion on Michael's part.
And then it is at the power plant where they run into more zombie chicks, which makes me question if this is Ben 10 or High School of the Dead.
I know, I put that as like one of my notes for the episode, zombie apocalypse.
And then we get the
okay. Before you say it, Tyler, I want everyone to clench their butts, hold their arms, don't go plus ultra, but just take a deep breath and prepare yourself for what Tyler's about to do, because it is what I did every time we watched Time Force. So go ahead, Tyler.
It's my boy! We get the introduction of my favorite alien in the franchise, the Crystal Sapien Chroma Stone.
And yes, every time Chroma Stone was in an episode, Tyler went,
"It's my boy."
Yeah, no, you got to do it properly, Tyler.
I just did it. Did you
hear? I want you to do it again. But yeah, how many did I put down at the
13?
Yeah, 13. So there was 13. My boys. So yeah, Chromastone is Tyler's favorite alien. I think that all was pretty much established just then. And I literally put Chromastone Tyler Fangasm. Hey, we've got to have it for something. So after being introduced to Chromastone, Gwen has two zombies at her mercy, but she starts losing her strength and suddenly seems like she's about to faint. And then Michael is like, "Hey, let me use use some of my energy by holding my hand," which she uses to fend off an attack. And then Michael fires a blast of energy towards some overhead pipes, causing them to collapse. And it allows some girls to escape, for which he apologizes, making it seem like a rookie mistake, which it obviously isn't. And while Kevin is trying to ask Gwen, like, "Hey, why were you weakened for a second time?" Gwen ignores it so that she can thank Michael for coming to her aid. And then Michael is like, "Hey, you want to go out for dinner?" And Gwen's like, "Yeah." And Kevin's just like, "Damn it! I wanted to help. I wanted to ask Gwen out for dinner." Kevin's just like Kevin at this point asks Ben, like, "Hey, don't you think we were a bit too quick to trust Michael?" But Ben is just like, "Yeah, you're just jealous that Gwen has found a man that's better for her than you."
And then Ben and Kevin use this time to break into Michael's house.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do for someone that you supposedly trust. You break into their house.
And then Trina comes back, being like, "Hey, is Michael there? Where is he?" And then Kevin notices a star-shaped, star-like marks all up her arms, being identical to the zombified girls at the power plants. And then, so this leads to Kevin hypothesizing that Mike might be somehow making these girls into zombies.
Yeah. Also, hi Andy Kickshaw. This show is lit. Yes, it is in more ways than one. Considering we have magical energy that brightens the room in this episode. This episode introduced my favorite alien, Shadow Dash is Chromastone your favorite alien.
Nice. You have some good taste, Shadow Dash.
Yeah. So yeah. After all of this, it's revealed that Michael explains that from the moment they met, he felt a connection between Gwen, which Gwen felt as well. And Michael takes Gwen's arm, revealing the tooth maws in the palm of his hand, the maws that rush at Lucy at the beginning of the episode and starts extinguishing her energy. Gwen's energy, and he tells her that, hey, from the moment we met, he knew he found the only girl he'd ever need, which doesn't sound creepy in any other way. And it's revealed that Michael's been the one that's been behind all these zombie attacks, and back at Ben and Kevin, back at Kevin's car, Ben and Kevin continue to argue about Michael. But with Ben saying like, "Hey, Kevin just dislikes him in general," and Kevin does admit like, "Yeah, it's partly because I'm jealous of his friendship with Gwen, but it's also because you've been too caught up in following Max's request in building a team to see that Michael is two-faced here." And after Ben is like, "Hey, Trina, why aren't you a zombie if Michael is turning every girl into turning girls into them?" And Kevin assumes like, "Hey, it must be a mutation of some sort of time factor." And Ben says like, "Yeah, if you're right, Michael would not have helped the trio fight the zombified girls before Kevin." It's just like, he didn't actually fight them. He told the trio not to harm the girls before he accidentally let them escape.
So then Kevin tracks them down. down using his plumber badge, and as Ben and Kevin arrive, they find themselves back at the highway that they found Trina on, suspecting that she was fleeing from Michael the entire time. And when they enter the building, they catch Morningstar red-handed, or rather gold-handed.
Gold-handed, because he's absorbed all of Gwen's energy and reduced it to a shivering crust, which, Sobby Gwen, just keep that away from everyone.
Ben busts out Jet Ray, and Kevin absorbs the stone floor as they try to go throw down with Mike. Throw hands with Michael's golden hands. Though unfortunately, the power of gold seems to be too
much for Michael, which reduces Michael to a shivering husk himself. And with him defeated for good, Kevin takes back his plumber's badge and personally takes Michael's plumber's badge and personally destroys it because Michael isn't worthy of it. And as they're driving away, Ben is like, yeah, I shouldn't have trusted Michael and he should have better judgment. And Gwen says that it wasn't all his fault because Michael had control over her. Kevin then calls Ben a jerk, and which he admits that is a character trait he is comfortable with, and proves his point when he was going to ask Gwen out. So, yeah, pretty good episode, if I do say so. Got introduced to Michael, who very interesting character. But also, Shadow Dash has responded to what we said. I actually had the regular Chroma Stone figure, not anymore, but I did recently buy the Ultimate Omnitrix toy from Bandai. Well, there you go, there you go, Tyler. You can get a Chroma Stone toy. Yeah.
Knowing how those things can resell for on eBay, they're probably like hella expensive though.
Yeah. So, yeah, and this leads us into Maxed Out. Yeah, which is the 6th episode in the US ordering, but the 7th episode in production order. And I was confused because we skipped over this episode initially before we realized, like, hey, we're missing an episode.
Yeah, well, we were about to watch the season finale of season 1, which I've realized we've only talked about a couple episodes, and we're already an hour and a half into this video. Holy fuck.
It shows how good this season was because there's a lot to talk about. So, yeah. With a title like that, it's an episode focused on Max. So we finally find out what Max has been up to as he's attacked by a DN alien in a diner when Max only wants coffee. And like you said, just coffee. And this is where we also get introduced to Gwen's brother as well, because there's something going on with him.
Yep. It turns out that Gwen's brother Ken was supposed to have returned from college, but has seemed to have gone missing. They tracked down Ken to a small town named Santa Mira.
Yeah. Also, go ahead.
DNA aliens.
Yeah. Also, I've got to say, I love that Kevin immediately picks up on just like the similarities between all their names. That was pretty funny. Ben, Gwen, Ken.
Yeah.
I did like that. But also I put in like Ken. I guess that's Ken 10's namesake.
Yeah, most likely, because it was established that Ben actually looks up to Ken. At least he did when he was a kid.
Yeah. So it's revealed as well in this episode that the Omnitrix can speak.
Yeah. It's also where we find out how D and aliens are made. D and aliens are created when a parasite known as a xenocyte latches onto a human. And we see this happen to Ken as he is partially transformed into a D and alien.
which I've got to say is cool. Is cool, but also a bit creepy at the same time.
Yeah. And we had, and shortly after, we actually see Max heading on the rescue and discovers Ken's partial transformation, and it already seems to be at works with his mind. Meanwhile, the trio have made it to the hatchery and are sneaking in through the waterway while fighting off hordes of D and aliens.
Yeah. And it's also as well where after they meet up with Max, and after they've removed the parasite from Ken, that is like, hey, you've got to destroy the trucks meant to ship the Xenonites all over the country. I'm going after the head hybrid. And Ben is like, hey, the hybrids operation is over with the Xenonite factory destroyed, with the Xenonite factory being destroyed, and its alien troops are getting sucked back into the null void. So it's also here where we have probably one of the most shocking moments for me in the series, where it's left with no other choice that Max basically has to do a sword on here. So he has to turn on the null void projector and turn it into a grenade, which will vaporize everything within a half-mile radius, and this includes himself as well. And Ben and Gwen and Ken are just like, wait, you can't be serious, Grandpa. But he's like, there is no way. And so he detonates his makeshift bomb, and the team is left in a crater that was the town. And they have to leave to finish the work that Max started. So Max seemingly dies in this episode.
Yeah,
which I was just like, what the hell? What the hell? They can't do that to my boy. Yeah, you have Chromastone, Tyler. I have Max as my boy. I mean, who doesn't love Max?
I love Max.
Yeah.
But yeah, it legit seems like Grandpa Max is dead.
I've got to ask you, okay, so it's eventually revealed in an episode that Max isn't dead, but something has happened to him. I've got to ask you, would it have, how much more of an impact would it have been if they actually killed off Max?
That would have been insane.
Yeah, because Max, like I said, it was basically the sword on moment for him, like having to sacrifice himself to save everyone. and I say it before, and I'll say it again, that moment with Max had more emotion and weight than the entirety of My Hero, particularly its last arc.
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, that was Max maxed out. Oh my god! I just now get the meaning of the title, Max Out.
Because Max is out.
Is out. So now we move on to Peer Pressure, which introduces the best ship ever. No, not Julie and Ben. Ship. I had to do that. So yeah, we get introduced to Ship here, which is a small piece of an alien pilot, as Julie and Ben are going out on a date near a pier, and Ship himself is basically designed to look like Upgrade, and as you all know, I love me Upgrade, so Ship was already a firm favorite of mine.
Actually, let me take a look. Yeah, I think he was like, yeah, he was made from a part of another galvanic mechamorph or another of Upgrade species.
Fair enough. But like with like with what Ben was doing with Kevin and Gwen, now Gwen is starting to be like, hey, I've got to give you advice. I've got to give you advice. You've got to confront your feelings for Julie, just like how I had to confront my feelings for Kevin, and Kevin had to confront his feelings for me. So Ben, throughout all of this, is being awkward, but we've got to talk about the funniest scene in this episode, where Chip takes over Kevin's car and
It
starts.
wasn't Kevin's car. I think it was just like a random cop car.
Oh, it was Ram. Oh, yeah, of course. Whatever. Chip takes over a car and the car starts jumping, bouncing up and down like a dog down the street. We had to pause and watch that moment twice. It was just so goddamn funny. Just seeing Chip take over this car, just being like, oop, 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 oop.
Yeah, dude, was running like. Chip was running like my dog when he sees the mailman. He was like,
okay, so imagine a dog running, jumping up and down, running after a mailman, but it's a car.
We also see during the entire ride up to the pier, because Ben doesn't have a driver's license yet, so he had to get a ride from Kevin.
I love that. Like Kevin is just annoyed by all of this. Like, why do I have to be the chauffeur?
And throughout the entire time, Kevin just embarrasses Ben.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Kevin Ben probably would have done the same with Kevin.
Probably. It's so funny because I would do this to my friends all the time. Like,
so, okay, carry on.
But when they arrive to the pier,
before you say that, I've just got to read this comment from Shadow Dash. Kevin falling asleep during a tennis match is relatable because those matches are long. Yeah, they're almost as long as people playing a children's card game. So yeah, as they arrive at the pier, and Kevin, Ben, and Julie start having their date, and Chip is causing havoc for everyone, which forces Ben to be like, to do those cliche moments of being like, "Hey, I've got to go somewhere. I'll be back in a bit." But thankfully, it's only for just this one episode because Julie finds out about the whole what is going on here, especially after we get introduced to one of my personal favorite of the Alien Force aliens, Brainstorm, because what I love most about Brainstorm is just the way he talks. He talks like he's a lot more higher intelligence and acts all snobbish about it. But his voice is what kills it for me. The fact that he can act snobbish and talk with high intelligence, but still make it funny. That's just what cracks me up so much about Brainstorm.
Yeah, like Brainstorm's species name is the cerebrocrustacean. We actually do see a character that is a cerebrocrustacean later on in Omniverse, so eyes out for that. What I like how during Brainstorm's introduction, he's like, and it takes him a while to come up with a name. Whereas, previously, he could think up a name on the fly, no problem.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe that maybe the hyper intelligent, getting the hyper intelligence for the first time is almost kind of overwhelms him in a sense, and it's he's got to kind of catch his thoughts.
Yeah.
Because before he even gives him a name, he's like, okay, I'm not Jet Ray. I'm a crab, and I'm smart. So perhaps something more apropos would be Brainstorm.
Yeah, yeah. So, like I said, Julie at this point knows about the secrets of the Omnitrix and the plumbers because Ben accidentally reveals his secret to Julie, and I do like that. Like they just got it out. They just got it out in the open of like what's going on. They didn't try to force any dumb moments later on. So they eventually do find Ship, and the reason why why he's called Ship is because that's just the only word that he can chant. So it's just Ship, 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 Ship. It's basically Ship is basically a Pokemon, and he takes them to find out that there is another Galvanac Mechamorph, who is later known as Bazai, in pain. Basel, in pain, trapped under parts of from his ship, and they find a strange device displaying codes written in alien native tone that they're unable to translate. But Ship is just like, "Hey, I'm just gonna shapeshift. I'm just gonna shapeshift to imitate the ship, and uh, uh, then that way we can get to the bottom of all of this." And Ben takes another look at the coding being displayed on the device, and he puts two and two together and realizes, like, hey, the code is a countdown for a reactor core and it's about to explode. So he turns it to a humongous sword to pass through the energy field surrounding the reactor, and he throws it up into the upper atmosphere, which detonates safely. And Bazel then reveals that Ship is just a part of him that he extracted, so he can figure out where the nearest plumber is, and it mistook Ben for one. So they help Bazel fix up his ship, and he goes off, but leaves Ship with Ben and Julie. So Julie is eventually revealed to have adopted Ship later on. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of Ship, thank God, because Ship is best Ship. You can tell I really wish Ship existed in the real world.
I mean, who wouldn't? It like I'm mad. You're basically mixing up your car and your dog all in one.
Yes, you are.
Like, I won't deny, Ship is absolutely precious.
Yes, and anyone who denies that, you have no right to call yourself a Ben 10 fan.
Well,
So yeah, and now we move on to episode 8 in the US order. What are little girls made of? Sugar, spice, everything nice, chemical X. Am I getting close?
hair, teeth, and goo.
Hair, teeth, and goo. Brilliant.
So, this episode, is actually a Gwen-centered episode. It starts with the trio at the beach. I mean, not at the beach, at Grandpa Max's favorite fishing hole.
Which isn't it the same? Oh no, it's not the same place that they were at the beginning of the series. No, it isn't.
No, but there seems to be a mysterious figure in a cloak walking towards Max's favorite tree. As the trio try to get the person's attention, they disappear, leaving behind a flower and an engraving onto the tree, Max plus Verdona.
Verdona? Who's Verdona? It's their grandmother. It's revealed pretty much before the opening credits that Verdona is Ben and Gwen's grandmother.
Yeah.
And this is where I think a lot of the controversy surrounding Gwen came into for Alien Force, because it was revealed in this episode. It's kind of retconned that Gwen's powers are not all magic, but actually inherited alien powers from her grandmother.
Yeah, as Gwen's father Frank tells her, your grandmother's an alien.
Yeah. Um.
Uh,
Yeah. An anodite.
yep, yep. Verdona is an anodite from the planet Anodyne. Uh,
Ugh. Not very creative. um. But yeah. So. Gwen. Fedona is interested in Gwen. Not so interested in Ben. Huh. Kind of a shitty grandmother if you really think about it.
it's because the uh a signifier of anodite powers is known as the spark, which Gwen possesses, but Ben does not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that personally, because I feel like, I mean, Ben does have the Omnitrix, and he's powerful enough in himself, but at the same time, that's kind of a dick move for the grandmother to say in front of the grandson. It's basically the equivalent of the grandmother saying like, "Oh, you're my favorite grandchild," when the grandson is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Uh,
just don't do things like that, Fedona.
yeah.
And it's made even worse when Fedona says like, "Hey, Gwen, you know your powers. It's going to take you 60 or 70 years before you can master them. So you might want to come back to your my home planet with with me." And Gwen is just like, "Wait, so I've got to leave everyone, leave my home, leave my life I've built here to go to somewhere I do not know?"
Uh, then then from being just sheer overwhelmed by this, uh, Gwen Gwen runs upstairs and ends up on the roof. Uh, where Kevin and Ben try to comfort her. Uh, Ben tells her that ultimately this is her decision, and Kevin's like, "I don't want you to leave." Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
and
But oh, go ahead, carry on.
and then Gwen gives Kevin a kiss on the cheek, and he
Which,
just doesn't know how to react to it. Like, lame, lame, lame.
yeah, Kevin's being a tsundere. Kevin's the tsundere of the group, pretty much.
Yeah.
Um, but um, but also as well, I did actually put this down as like one of my notes. What if the fact that Ben got the Omnitrix basically kept his anodite powers dormant?
Interesting theory, but uh, I don't know if like an anodite spark could be confirmed from birth.
Maybe. Um, and we also in this episode from Gwen's mum, like, because she knows exactly what Fedona's basically asking of Gwen, and she's just like giving the "just don't go there" look to her. And we also have Ben being supportive of Gwen throughout this whole episode, from the fact that like this is Gwen's decision, she's gonna make it for herself. And Gwen basically says to Fedona like, "I don't want to go. I just want to be on here." But Fedona, because the Anodites are assholes, is like, "Nope, you are coming anyway because I decide what's best for my grandkid."
Yep, and it's also here where we see Verdona's true anodite form, which Verdona describes achieving that anodite form as basically destroying Gwen's human body, which will only leave the true anodite form inside.
Yeah, which uh, oh my god, that's kind of shitty of her. But also as well, the reason why Verdona is here in the first place is because she found out the news about Max's apparent death and wanted to be like, "Hey, I want to know if the rumors are true." That's the only reason why she's here at this point.
Yeah.
So after 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 basically causing what would get us sent to prison in a heartbeat, blasting her own grandson with energy out of the house. Fedora ends up fighting Gwen, Kevin, and Spider Monkey. But
Yep.
of course, Fedora proves that she's more than capable of handling all three of them. And at this point, and eventually, Gwen is just like, "Hey, I really want to stay on here," and Fedora just ultimately gives up on it and leaves. Though she states that she'll check on Gwen occasionally. And let me guess, Fedora never appears again.
She appears once in a flashback, and then again, and then we never see her again.
Okay, all right, okay.
But yeah, this is the episode where we get introduced to Spider Monkey, otherwise known as by species name the Arachnochimp.
Which I've got to do it. Spider Monkey does whatever a Spider Monkey does. Can he swing from a web? Only half. Do he's had a banana. Look out! Here is the Spider Monkey.
Another thing I feel nigh obligated to mention, that there is a moment where Verdona's tied up in Spider Monkey's webs, and Kevin's holding up like a giant rock or a piece of the ground, and Verdona's just looking at him sad, like giving him puppy eyes.
Yeah.
And Kevin's like, guys, I don't know if I could pound your grandma.
No, we don't want. What am I talking about? It's the internet. They've obviously done that. Like Kevin X Verdona fan fiction. They've obviously done that. It's the internet.
And with that, I'm just gonna knee slap.
Yeah.
But moving on, we have what's the next episode? Is it
the Gauntlet?
The Gauntlet, where we get reintroduced to two of the biggest leeches in Ben 10 history, JT and Cash.
Yep. Who finally learn of his abilities to transform it into different aliens with the Omnitrix. And the only other interesting thing about this episode, because I cannot stand JT and Cash, the two other interesting things are that Kevin's first shows his affection for Mr. Smoothie, and we get introduced to Goop in this episode, which is essentially anyone who's seen the film Flubber, which Tyler hasn't. That is basically what Goop is Flubber, is this mucus slimy creature that is pretty intangible. Now he can be hit, but it's like, I would say his abilities are more like the T-1000 from Terminator 2, where he can get hit, but it won't hurt very much. It'll just be like slime around. It'll just slime around people. But what's also interesting is that he also has above his head this little device which is keeping him from losing his from losing his gravity.
It's called his anti-gravity projector.
Yeah. So, this episode just further shows that JT and Cash really have no idea what they're up against, because JT decides to be a absolute prick, gets the gauntlet that Kevin had in his car, and takes on too much power, which causes Cash to be like, "Hey, I need to go and ask Ben for help," and Ben is just like, "Hey, why?" Ben and Gwen and Kevin are just like, "Hey, why?" Well, no, it's Ben and Gwen are just like, "Hey, why are you even asking for help?" And also, it's revealed here that hey, JT used to be friends with Ben before he got embroiled with Cash.
Yep. But he views Cash more as protection from being bullied. And that's why JT hangs out with Cash instead of... instead of Ben. I will say one of my favorite scenes in this episode is when Cash uh dumps a smoothie on Ben.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
You got me again, Cash. And then Cash is like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it, Tennyson? And pushes him, getting smoothie on him as well. He's just like, dude, you've been doing the same bully routine since second grade, Cash. It's getting old. We've all moved on. You're the one still stuck in the past. Fucking grow up, dude.
Yes, thank you, Ben. Thank you. Because that's very realistic. That's actually a very realistic situation. Eventually, Ben is gonna Cash Cash should have at least been smart enough to know, like, hey, if I keep this up, Ben is just gonna eventually get sick of it and just be like, hey, it's not gonna affect me anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm just gonna say quickly. It's like when people like, hey, if you're afraid of something but you're exposed for it for long enough, you're gonna get over it.
Yeah, and they managed to get that gauntlet that we mentioned by wrecking Kevin's car, which should serve as a lesson that you always put on the emergency brake.
Yeah, but as we all know, Kevin's car is, well, we have to have something be the whipping boy in this franchise. So Kevin's car unfortunately drew the short straw.
Yep, and we see, like, slowly but surely the gauntlet from the rope, because they were fighting a robot in the beginning. It's called a Tekadon robot. This will actually come back later. It seems to have full on taken control of Cash. And my boy Chromastone manages to fight off the Tekadon possessed Cash single-handedly.
Yep, he does.
With Cash taking control back and frees himself from the Tekadon's influence. With this, JT reconciles with Ben and leaves with Cash, and invites Ben to go eat paste or something.
Because wasn't that what they did back in the day?
That's paste. What they did when they were like 6.
All right. So yeah, we got through because I literally put Cash and JT episode boo. So this was honestly one of the first episodes where I was just like, you know what, let's just get through this one. Let's just get through this one because we've got a far more better episode next with Paradox.
Ooh.
So yeah, this was when I started to notice just how obsessed Kevin was with his car, because I put Kevin wants to probably marry his car.
Yeah, probably. But I mean no exaggeration when I say this, but this is one of my favorite.
Oh, it definitely is one of mine as well. It's primarily, let's just be real, it's primarily because of Paradox.
Yeah. So
Professor Paradox.
Yeah, the whole premise behind this episode is that the trio are visiting a military base called La Soledad, where back in the 1950s there was a time travel experiment going on involving a large round portal made out of quartz crystal. Though unfortunately the experiment failed, and causing two men to be sucked into, where two men get sucked into the vortex. Back to the present day.
We have Ben, Gwen, and Kevin visiting La Soledad, After hearing a disturbance, I sense a disturbance in the force.
And what they find seems to be a creature, a weird trans-dimensional creature that is walking around, digging up dirt, busting through buildings. And even when Ben turns into the best alien, it doesn't even work. Uh,
So, so after this, after Chromostone fails to attack the creature, they end up in a lab, which is the same lab where the time experiment took place, and they find the remains of the portal. With materials partly sucked up in the machine, and we see this mysterious man appear, which causes Ben to be like, I need to go, hero," and he turns into Swamp Fire, but the man offers Swamp Fire a jelly baby. Actually, no, he offers him a gumball, because Professor Paradox is essentially the Doctor Who of Ben 10. Hey, they already had the DNA aliens with the Daleks, so let's have the Doctor as well with Professor Paradox.
It is stated that Dwayne McDuffie is a massive Doctor Who fan, so
that doesn't surprise it. That makes way too much sense now why the DNA aliens are and the hybrids are like they are, and why Professor Paradox is essentially Doctor Who.
Yeah, and the trio follow after this strange man, but before they can question him, the creature comes back and as the team realizes all the trails and skeletons it leaves behind are aged, which means it has the power to accelerate time on whatever it comes in contact with.
Yeah. And which Kevin clearly did not get the memo of that, because he tries to fight this thing, but it doesn't work despite the mysterious stranger's warnings, and it's revealed that Kevin is now a decrepit old man. So we had young Max in the classic series. Now we have old Kevin here. But I love that, despite the fact that even though Kevin's been aged up, he still acts like Kevin.
Yeah, and there is one scene I want to point out where Ben is like, "Here, I'll drive," and Kevin's like, "You are not driving my car," and it's like, dude, you're nearsighted, arthritic, you have a bad back, and you're trying to unlock a cactus.
Yeah, that was genius. That was genius. So it's at this point where, after they barely manage to escape the creature, and they meet the stranger again, who changes Kevin back to his proper age. But at this point, he's regressing a car is beyond his abilities, because the car, after Kevin tries to touch it with his hand, it ages to a rusted wreck. And for simplicity's sakes, everyone's just like, you know what, we're calling you Professor Paradox, as he forgot his real name after all this time. Because it's explained. Is it explained that Professor Paradox has been to the beginning of time itself?
Yeah. So basically, during the experiment in the 50s, Professor Paradox got flung into the future, or flung back into the past, and was absorbing all sorts of was trapped in the space-time continuum for 100,000 years, having not aged, slept, or eaten. To the point where he became insane, got bored of insanity, and decided and became sane again.
Yeah, I love that. It's like, he goes insane for being trapped in the space-time continuum, but then it's just like, oh, I need to oh, this is boring being insane. So I'm just going to learn again. And he now has encyclopedic knowledge of space time, of the space time continuum, which basically gives him he basically turns himself into a time machine. He basically got so bored of being insane that he turned himself into a time machine.
Not not too far off, yeah. But then they come back into contact with the trans-dimensional creature, and uh uh
and it's revealed that after explaining everything with a chalkboard, of course, that the creature is different from the thousands of foes that Paradox has dealt with over the millenniums, because it's an extra dimensional foe that can come into their plane of reality at the exact moment when his experiment went AWOL. But Gwen points out the obvious, that the creature could have been around for 50 years as they would have known about it. And Paradox then explains that the creature that his experiment from the creature from his past to their present when it came into existence, and he's just now putting the kibosh on it before it wreaks havoc on the future. And Ben and the team ask, hey, why does the creature need to be stopped if it's only attacking an abandoned military base? To which Paradox then brings them to the moon. They apparently can breathe on the moon.
in the future.
Yeah, I love that. That for some reason it gains a breathable atmosphere in the future of the moon.
Yeah, and then they run into another paradox, which is where Paradox failed to prevent the catastrophe. He's like, okay, you better hurry up. Time's running out. And the present Paradox and the trio go back to their time. And then Paradox grapples the creature and warps the trio back to the initial experiment back in 1952, where Ben transforms in Humongosaur. He couldn't stop Paradox from going into the portal, but he did rescue his assistant, because if the experiment caused Paradox to become who he is, then it also was precedent that the trans-dimensional creature was actually his assistant, Hugo.
Yeah, so after getting everything sorted, Hugo is eventually referred from being the creature, and now he is a decrepit old man, just like Kevin was. Paradox apologizes to Hugo for what happened 50 years ago, and offers him a chance to travel through time before they walk into the portal to explore a behind the scenes look at eternity, leaving Ben, Gwen, and Kevin seemingly stranded. And Kevin is like, hey, thanks, Paradox, for leaving the three of us out here in the middle of nowhere, with my car destroyed, and now they have a long walk home.
However,
go on.
It seems that that not only is Kevin's car fully restored, but is in factory condition from 30 years ago. With Paradox even leaving a note that says, just don't have this car come in contact with anything else from 1976. It will explode like antimatter. Enjoy!
Paradox. And so they end up driving home, and Kevin's just like, was he joking? So yeah, Paradox, I want to know, like, is he your fan favorite character? Because he's certainly one of my favorite characters.
From what I've seen, yeah, people fucking love Paradox, including me.
Well, hey, I'm on board that. Like, anything Doctor Who related gets a thumbs up from me.
So next episode is Benighted, right?
Yep, Benighted is the next episode in the US airing order.
All right.
So we're back with the Forever Knights.
Whoop-de-doo! And this time, they're going to slay a dragon. For real this time, with a bazooka.
Why a bazooka? Nobody knows.
You asked too many questions, hypothetical person.
Yeah. So this episode is, of course, a big misunderstanding here, but we'll get into it when we get into it. So the Forever Knights are in their castle with King Patrick. Have no idea why it's King Patrick. Is addressing his fellow armored warriors, particularly Connor, the champion chosen for the 1,000-year honor of slaying a real life dragon, which is in their dungeon. But Connor is presented with a quantum disabler cannon they believe will be different from all the other times that they've tried to kill this dragon.
However, the dragon manages to escape, but Connor vows that he shall slay the dragon. Meanwhile, we have Gwen helping out Ben when it comes to with hand-to-hand combat, so he can fight so he can hone his own skill set to go with his proficiency of the Omnitrix.
Which I do like that's actually being implemented. Like, hey, if your aliens can know martial arts, why wouldn't you want to do it?
Yeah. Kevin arrived saying that he arranged a meeting for Ben with the Forever Knights about the whole dragon thing.
Yeah, and this is where they are like, "Hey Ben, can you help us out here?" Which Ben is just like, why?
And it turns out that dragon had been in a dungeon for 1,000 years.
And just wants to go home. It was a map maker and it was just trying to find a way to get home. But of course, the Forever Knights are still dicks, and they're just like, "No, we are gonna kill you, dragon."
Yeah. And it's like, we took an oath to slay that dragon, so that dragon's gonna die.
When it's all just a big misunderstanding. The dragon just wants to go home.
But
yeah.
But the Forever Knights are too stubborn to see that. So the dragon's like, okay, you don't want to listen to reason? Fuck it. I'm gonna blast you to oblivion.
Yep. And eventually, by the end of the episode, and after Connor has been a dick in the episode, which I've got to ask, do we ever see Connor again?
I don't think we see Connor again.
Oh, thank God. So yeah, the dragon is able to escape because nobody is able to negotiate. So they're just like, okay, I'm still going to escape. I'm still going to escape anyway. And back at the castle, Connor believes that the Forever Knights have lost their purpose with the loss of the dragon. No, you haven't. You just find another person. Another purpose. Sorry.
Also, apparently, I just learned this now. The dragon's voiced by Clancy Brown.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
Yeah. But Patrick tells them the news that of a world full of dragons exists, which renews their pledge to stand ready and fight against the dragons should they ever return to Earth to seek revenge, as does their need to exact their own revenge on those who allowed it to return home. those being Ben, Gwen, and Kevin, which they don't really get that revenge on them.
Yeah. Initially, I believe that was supposed to be the plot of season 3, the whole dragon thing, but
We'll get to that. We'll get to
yeah.
that. But yeah, the Forever Nights really got shelved after this episode.
For a bit, yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense because they're like after Phil Gags, they're like the most recognizable recurring force.
And Dr. Animo.
And Dr. Animo, yeah. And Charmcaster, okay, yeah. And Heck, okay, stop it.
Anyways, moving on to Plumber's Helpers.
Yep, Plumber's Helpers.
This episode this episode actually not taking place from the perspective of our main trio, but from a pair of rogue plumbers.
Yeah, Manny and Helen.
Yep. They're also alien hybrids. Helen being part Kinoceleran, or accelerate species, and Manny being part Tetramans, or forearms. They've been hunting DNA aliens as well as other aliens by feeding them to a null void projector that they believe is a giant disintegration ray.
Yeah. So they I would say they're the most inexperienced when it comes to all of this.
I'll say because they knowingly and willingly shove other living beings into something that they think is eradicating them.
Yeah. So they're basically committing what they they're basically saying basically willing to kill. They are willing to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And when they attack and when they encounter the group, they attack them. And while Ben transforms into Big Chill and saves Gwen, Kevin gets kidnapped for questioning because they're not sure. Hey, who the group? Is the group dangerous? But thanks to Gwen's power, she's able to locate Kevin, and she and Ben set out to rescue him. And after kidnapping Kevin, Helen and Manny use a database created by Helen's brother Pierce to try and figure out what species Kevin belongs to because they think he's an alien.
And during the rescue mission, Ben unfortunately gets fed to the null void projector, but he manages to escape after transforming himself into Swamp Fire.
And after that, the two sides work things out after looking at the database of the aliens they've captured and put into the null void. And Ben realized that some of them may have been Plumber's kids. And to make things right, Helen and Manny are like, "Look, we'll go into the null void, rescue them. We've wrongly imprisoned them. We deserve to make amends." And Kevin takes some of their equipment when they leave, much to Ben and Gwen's dismay.
Yep.
And this is one of the reasons why Kevin and Manny don't participate in the not Kevin, Helen and Manny don't participate in the DNA battle at the end of season 2.
Yep, because they're in the null void.
But this episode also demonstrates that that Ben has the ability to climb out of the null void.
Yeah, I don't know if Swamp Fire just has dead, which might be our first viewing of what is actually an Omnitrix failsafe.
Yeah.
Because I'll get into this later, but the Omnitrix does have a lot of failsafe features that keep Ben out of perilous situations.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. So anyway, moving on to the finale of season 1.
X equals Ben plus 2.
Yeah, which introduces Alien X. But as soon as he gets introduced, he is immobile.
Well, okay, so backing up a bit, we get introduced to a species of warmongering frogs called the Incursions, and apparently, Emperor Milius seems to be after the bounty hunter 7-7, brother of 6-6, who kidnapped his daughter, Princess Atea. The trio are met by multiple incursions, but are stopped by Emperor Milius' right-hand man, Raph. Kevin, having done some business with Raph back in the day. And Ben's team agrees to help Emperor Milius after he threatens to blow up the Earth with the Incursion Conquest Ray.
Yeah, and to prove how Milius was serious about this, he destroyed Pluto.
Damn.
Yeah, so I guess now we really do have only 8 planets in the solar system now.
And 7-7 destroys a dam while trying to shoot after Atea.
So in order to stop the dam and the water, Ben transforms into a being known as Alien X,
otherwise known by its species name, the Celestial Sapien. Get used to that one.
Yeah, and Ben soon realizes that in order for Alien X to do anything, he must convince the 2 personalities that are inside Alien X to come to agree with him. One of them being Basilius, the voice of rage and aggression, Bellicus, the voice of rage and aggression, and Serena, the voice of love and compassion.
Fun fact, in this episode, Bellicus is voiced by Kevin Conroy.
Nice. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to him.
But because Alien X can't come to an agreement on anything because Bellicus and Serena are too busy with other matters that are not, hey, let's save the world here.
Yeah, so what other matters are they more concerned with than saving the world?
Bringing back the dinosaurs.
Which they would need on Earth?
Yes. It gets even worse because Ben finds out that Bellicus and Serena don't want him to change back into human.
Yeah. So Ben is in quite the pickle, isn't he?
Ben manages to get Bellicus and Serena to agree on saving the Earth, but is unable to convince them on what to do.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where Ben's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done arguing with you two. Let me out of here. I got 9 other transformations that can get the job done.
Yeah. So they are just like, okay, fine.
And meanwhile, while all that's going on, we have Gwen and Kevin trying to swipe the royal detonator away from Milius. Before we see something that I wish Kevin did more often. He absorbed the tires on his cars, and now he's all rubbery and can bounce.
Yeah, so I don't know why he doesn't do that more often.
Yeah, that seems pretty useful. And it turns out that Atea paid 7-7 off to try and overthrow Milius. So now Atea is in charge of the Incursion Empire. And seeing this is what caused Ben to be like, okay, I'm done with you two. Let me out.
Yeah. So Ben transforms into Swamp Fire and defeats everyone before Milius arrives and forces Atea to surrender. And she is thrown in a static jail with her mother, and Milius lets Ben's team return to Earth without destroying the planet. And this is where Ben's just like, you know what? Alien X, I can be done. I don't need him. Despite being his most powerful transformation.
And we never see Alien X again.
Yep. So
Until
that was
Alien.
So that was all built up for nothing. Until Ultimate Alien. But
now, after 2.5 hours of discussing this season.
Oh my god. Yeah, hopefully we'll get through a lot of the rest of the season a lot more quickly.
Yeah. Moving on to season 2 of Alien Force, with what was the first episode of
First episode was Dark Star Rising. So we're back with Michael Morningstar, who is now turned into the villainous Dark Star.
But before we get to him, we also meet another member of the Plumbers, Magister Prior Galil, voiced by J.K. Simmons, who arrests the Alien Force trio for impersonating plumbers.
Yeah, even though Ben and Gwen are Max's grandkids.
And as we later find out, Kevin, his father was a plumber.
Yeah, but which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So upon hearing this, Ben and Gwen are surprised as they were not aware of this, and Magist is insisting on leaving them be because but Gwen points out that they've never impersonated plumbers, and with Ben wearing the Omnitrix as the Galvanan requested that he not be interfered with in minor matters. However, he demands Kevin's badge as he stole it from Magister Labyrinth, even though Kevin could just be like, "Hey, I owe Labyrinth my life." But Magist also warns that if Kevin gets involved, if they are involved in Plumber's business, he will send them all, including Ben, into the null void, regardless of what Azimuth says. Which is kind of a dick move on his part.
He's doing his job.
Still a dick move, though.
Yeah, still a dick move.
Yeah. So we're back at Mr. Smoothie.
And Kevin confesses that the reason he wanted to join the team is that he wanted to be a plumber like his dad. And it's also why he likes to know about alien tech so much, as his mom would always used to tell stories about his dad when he was little.
Even though he doesn't remember meeting his dad.
After this, Kevin leaves Mr. Smoothie and goes off to the garage, to his garage. Meanwhile, a masked figure breaks into a DNA alien hideout and fights a hybrid lord.
Yeah, and then it absorbs some of the hybrid's powers so that the hybrid will listen to what he says, and the Max figure sets up a deal with him, which sets up a plan to get Ben's team arrested and sent into the null void. But after Gwen brings Kevin a soda in his garage, hoping to make sure that he's still doing fine given what everything is going on here, a small red bag. A small red bag filled with ball bearings, all made of different elements, are shown to her, and it's explained that in the heat of the battle, he'll have a whole arsenal of materials to absorb. Unfortunately, Kevin explains that these time models won't be of much help in combat because he needs at least a handful of them. to do what he needs to do, and he questions why Gwen believes he's still part of their team, and she says that she knows he's changed, which he has at this point.
Yeah. Though he says that in the eyes of Magistrate Prior Galil, that doesn't mean a damn thing. To him, he's just a criminal out on parole.
Yeah.
Who wind up back in the null void in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
But then suddenly, the hybrid comes...
The hybrid comes in after cock blocking them with a kiss.
Yep. And then Humongousaur arrives and throws the hybrid out of the garage. With Magistrate Galil showing up and putting them under arrest for impersonating plumbers.
Even though they were literally trying to save their lives.
But soon they get attacked by the same masked figure who reveals himself to be Darkstar.
And they instantly know that it's Michael Morningstar.
Yep, but ever since his previous defeat and all that glitters, his powers have been greatly amplified, and with it a burning anger, a burning hunger for energy, including him now looking like with his face looking like an expired potato.
Yes. So Gwen arrives with an army of DNA aliens who beat up Darkstar along with Ben, Kevin, and Gwen, and the Magis. And after Ben defeats him, he then realizes that the Hybrid Lord and the DNA aliens have escaped, and Magis apologizes to the group for his earlier presumptions and tells the group that the three of them are all Earth needs protecting it. And to that end, he makes them honorary promise and returns Kevin's badge and handing one to Gwen and simply telling Ben that he doesn't need one. Well, he already has the Omnitrix.
Yep. Magistrate Prior Galil then ends the episode sending Darkstar to the Null Void,
where we'll never see him again.
And then Kevin goes home to tell his mom about him becoming a plumber.
Which is good. So now we have good copy, bad copy.
Ooh,
which starts off with an alien doppelganger impersonating Ben. Well, actually, no. Before that, it's the Forever Knights again running into their castle, fleeing for someone chasing them, and it's revealed itself to be Humongousaur. But he's wondering, where is Ben Tennyson?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's also at this point where we see the being transforming to jet rain and flying away, and doesn't answer to them. Doesn't answer to Gwen and Kevin calling like, "Hey, Ben, what are you doing?" And they're told by one of the Foreverites that Ben attacked them, as well as a hive of DNA aliens. But Kevin's just like, yeah, Ben wouldn't go out on missions without them. And at this point, it's revealed that Ben is studying with Julie, and he doesn't understand what any of it actually means. But Kevin points out, like, "Hey, I know you're not lying, Ben, because your left eye twitches when you lie." Which is a really good way for anyone to figure out, like, is Ben really lying?
Yeah, especially with it shows Ben going to Burger Shack to get a pack of chili fries, leaving with a horrible attitude.
But then the real Ben comes in and it's just like, "Hey, can I get some chili fries?" After this whole incident, the second Ben transforms into Big Chill and flies off. And once Kevin and Gwen see him and chase him, Ben transforms into Big Chill and chases Kevin and Gwen. And at this point, it all culminates in the second Ben revealing himself to be Albedo of the Gelven, and he claims himself the builder of the Omnitrix, that he must have it back.
However,
go
Ben
ahead.
is obviously suspicious, thinking that his Omnitrix is the only one in the universe, and that Azimuth built the Omnitrix, as we saw in Secret of the Omnitrix. But Albedo claims that Azimuth is a liar, and it demands the return of the Omnitrix, saying it is incomplete and has malfunctions, which could rip a hole in the fabric of the universe.
Okay, the fact that why is it in fiction that every time we have a weapon like this ripping a hole in the fabric of the universe, who is the one that gets to own it? Teenagers.
Yeah.
And they think that all this could be a hybrid trying to trick them into losing the war. And Ben tries to convince Albedo to show his face, but Albedo feels like, hey, I'm stuck in this war because of DNA fusing with Ben's due to it being the default in the Omnitrix and being linked to his copy. And when Ben asks how to remove the Omnitrix, he notices Albedo's left eye twitching and refuses. So yeah, Albedo is lying, and he transforms himself into Jet Ray and grapples with Ben, and Ben transforms into Humongousaur in response, and everyone, including Kevin and Gwen, combine their powers to attack Jet Ray, and Humongousaur is able to grab him, but Jet Ray manages to escape, but Gwen can track him because of the manner he left. So she tracks Albedo to a computer factory, and Ben leaves Gwen and Kevin while trying to surround Albedo, and Kevin tries to make sure which of the Bens, which one is Ben, by pointing an X on his cheek, calling it Ben X. Not Alien X, but Ben X.
Though Ben erases it, and then Albedo shows up trying to trick Gwen and Kevin by appearing as Goop. And when Ben arrives, Albedo catches them in the deadliest weapon of all, packing foam.
No, not the packing foam.
Ben then transforms into Goop, attacking Albedo. Albedo responds by transforming into Humongousaur. Ben then transforms into Swamp Fire, defeating Humongousaur by throwing mud in his eyes. Albedo then transforms into Big Chill, freezing Swamp Fire. And then Ben transforms into Brainstorm, using his electricity to attack Big Chill, who transforms into Echo and uses his sonic screams to defeat Brainstorm. And then Ben turns into Jet Ray to defeat all four of the Echoes. Then they converge into one and transform into Spider Monkey and trap Jetway in his web so he can't fly. And then Ben breaks out of the webs by transforming into Chromastone.
Yo boy! And as he attempts to attack the Spider Monkey, he transforms back into Ben when the Omnitrix times out, because of course it has a timeout limit. Why wouldn't it? And Spider Monkey transforms back into Albedo, claiming he doesn't need an Omnitrix to defeat Ben. But with the Omnitrix links, it's damaged Albedo's human form by sending out a wave of pure, by sending out an energy pulse, and then Azimuth appears and reveals Albedo was his assistant in creating an inferior copy of the Omnitrix.
Albedo believed that Ben was unworthy for the Omnitrix and wanted it for himself so he could restore his Galvan form. And Azimuth states that the Omnitrix is beyond him and he could have doomed everybody. And now Azimuth disables Albedo's Omnitrix, trapping him in a human form as punishment for his arrogance.
Yep. And he starts throwing a temper tantrum, but before leaving, Azimuth reveals that somebody else besides him thinks Ben is worthy of the Omnitrix, which I assume is revealed to be Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in the morning, because of Ben's studying, he gets a C plus, and he thinks Asmith for not letting Albedo transform back into a Galvan form wasn't a good punishment, but in a cell, Albedo disagrees, and the food that he gets is a green stick filled with anger and revenge, and no, it's just a green stick, and he's filled with anger and revenge, and vows that he'll be free and make Ben pay. But until this day, in his rage, he shatters the green stick and demands chili fries because he's taken a liking to chili fries.
Yeah, because apparently transforming into Ben means getting Ben's cravings for certain foods.
Which, I mean, oh my god, can you imagine if you were the main character of the Ben 10 franchise title and everyone just getting craving for any food imaginable? Yeah, but oh, go ahead.
Yeah, well, they'd be craving pizza right now.
Yeah, but yeah, we did skip over one episode, which came before Good Copy, Bad Copy, and that was Alone Together, which gets the introduction to Raimi. So Kevin smashes a teleporter that Ben and a hybrid were near, that they were fighting near. So they end up getting stranded on what is known as Dralfax. Dralfax is the name of the creature. What was the planet that they got stranded on?
Turawusta?
Toromus. Okay, yeah. And the native earthworm creatures are called Dralfax. But throughout this whole episode, Ben is forced to work together with this hybrid to get out of this predicament, and the hybrid's just like, oh, fine, but you walk 5 meters behind me, 5 paces behind me. So yeah, this has to be like the most racist of racist episodes ever. There's no getting around this.
Well, that's because the hybrids are racist.
They are. Yeah, there really is no, because Raimi literally calls all other life forms inferior mongrels.
Yeah, which, if a real person said that to anybody, I'm sure they would have got their faces caved in.
Oh, they absolutely would have. But so yeah, and this whole episode is just basically Ben and this hybrid who is Ramaxus the Third, which Ben's just like, that's a mouthful. We're just gonna call you Raimi. and also because Riley doesn't understand human customs, he thinks that Ben's name, because Ben introduced him, my name is Ben Tennyson. He calls him Ben Tennyson. And yeah, the whole idea behind this is that after Raimi saves Ben, after Ben reaches into Raimi's heart and uses Swampfire's material to repair Raimi's arm, Raimi in his own eyes is an impure life form. He is not pure hybrid anymore.
Yeah, and he decides that he must pay the price for changing by exiling himself on Turawusa.
Yeah. So, like, seriously, but yeah, we'll get into why that hybrids are like this in the season 2 finale. But and it's finally explained why the hybrids want to take the universe out, because they believe that they were the first species to exist. That's why they have such racist tendencies, because of the fact that they are the first species to exist, and basically anything that is not pure blood species should be exterminated. Like, if that is literally just spelling out, we are the Daleks, we are the Daleks, we are the Daleks, because you want you want to know? In the first episode, the Daleks got reintroduced in the revived series. You want to know what the Dalek did in that episode?
What?
It committed suicide because it had been infused with human DNA.
Damn.
Yeah, I am not even joking. That is how it takes itself out. Yeah, and you could just imagine a hybrid doing that.
Well, they obviously can't show that on TV because this show was like fucking aired on Cartoon Network. But
yeah, but yeah, really, that's pretty much all I have to say about the episode.
same here.
Yeah. So now we move on to Save the Last Dance, which is the episode involving Gwen, Kevin. Gwen asking Kevin out to the school dance, and Kevin at this point is just like, I don't know anything about dancing. It's like, does every single show have to have someone like this?
Yes.
But Ben is
at the same time. Ben
go ahead. Yeah.
At the same time, Ben seems to be having trouble controlling Big Chill, as he seems to be uncontrollably like eating metal.
Yeah, eating metal, and after a while, after Ben comes out of it, he doesn't remember anything that's happening. So in order to like help him out, he enlists the help of Julie of being like, okay, I need you to keep an eye on me, take notes about what is actually going on here. But before that, Kevin's just saying to Ben, I don't have anything to wear for this big school dance. So Ben loans Kevin one of Max's tuxedos and even gives him some good advice. Well, as good as Ben can give him. And I must say, Kevin in a suit, he rocks a suit.
I'll say,
yeah.
And
I love the fact that in this episode, Kevin's just like, I don't know how to tie a tie, so Ben has to help him.
I mean, for the longest time, I never knew how to tie a tie. It took me like becoming. I think I learned. I committed it to memory like when I was around 15.
Yeah, there's two types of people. The types who know how to naturally tie a tie, and then the ones who are just like, how do you even do this? I guess I fall into the former category because I could always tie my ties.
For the longest time, it's been a pain in the ass, and even then, I don't have it committed to muscle memory.
Yeah. So as Julie is going around and taking notes on Big Chill, it's eventually revealed exactly what is actually going on in this episode. Basically, the Big Chill species that's in Ben's Omnitrix is asexually reproducing.
Yep. Because Big Chill, all the metal was used to build a nest for eggs that he had laid, and the eggs hatch into infant necrophrygians, and as they fly out to feed on solar plasma in the coldest parts of space.
Yeah, and this not every fan. I have just realized how crazy this sentence is going to be. So in this season we've had racist aliens and also teen pregnancy.
Practically.
There is no way of getting around that. They literally joke about Ben being a mother.
Yeah.
There is no way of getting around. This is literally the Ben 10 teen pregnancy episode.
It might as well be called Teen Moms Ben 10 edition.
Yeah, it might as well be. There is no getting around this. I really should have made that like part of the description of this video.
That would have been hilarious.
I'll probably put that for when I put it on Control Chaos. So we have Ben 10's equivalent of the Daleks and Team Mom Ben 10 edition. But yeah, so everyone says like, Ben, you would have made a great mom, and Julie gives him a ride home on his scooter so that Gwen and Kevin can have some time alone, because it's revealed that after all of this, Kevin damaged the tux, but it's okay because they get to have their dance,
which was adorable.
It was adorable. You see, Kevin, if you just try to be yourself, you can accomplish anything. Yeah. So yeah, this was a fun, if not kind of awkward episode when you realize exactly what was going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now moving on to episode 5 of season 2, Undercover.
In this episode, we get the reintroduction of Cooper. Now a chubby kid who plays MMOs.
Yes, who is captured by the DNA aliens. And he's also working on the teleporter. He's also working with teleporters again. And Gwen is attracted to Cooper in more ways than one, according to Kevin. This honestly baffles me in hindsight watching this series, because you remember when Michael got introduced, how Kevin was incredibly jealous.
Yeah.
And now Kevin's making remarks about Cooper's smittenness with Gwen. And it's just like, Kevin, what happened to you?
Perhaps he's more secure in his relationship.
I guess so. But one other thing I find this funny is that Gwen knows nothing about MMOs. That I loved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Gwen manages to track Cooper all the way to La Soledad, which appears to be empty, but when Ben enters it and disappears, Gwen and Kevin follow suit, and it turns out that that it was cloaked from the outside, and inside it looks like a DNA Christmas wonderland with all the
walking in a winter wonderland with the DNA aliens. So the team decides to formulate a plan with Ben. Perceives that the DNA aliens are building a giant arch, and the team goes into the building where Cooper is while having to hide from the aliens. So Ben ends up transforming into a group and enters a room where he sees Cooper with 2 DNA aliens, and he watches Cooper accidentally make a sound with 2 pieces of Sidium that floors the DNA aliens. So Cooper took out 2 DNA aliens all by himself. Good job, Cooper. Good job, Cooper.
Well done.
Yeah. So, but also the DNA aliens surround Goop. But of course, this being Goop, he's more than a match for them. And once Gwen and Kevin break in and see the 2 defeated DNA aliens, Goop transforms back into Ben, and the 4 leave and try to escape the base. And Cooper fawns over Gwen because he's Cooper, and that's what he does. And Ben says that they've walked in on the biggest DNA plan they've seen, which is eventually revealed to be like, hey, this is a giant doorway for the DNA aliens to invade the Earth.
And Cooper mentions that he can shut down the cloaking projector as he uses a prototype cloaking device for the 4. Unfortunately, the cloaking device craps out, and then they're captured by the DNA and the DNA aliens swarm them.
Yeah.
And then a hybrid arrives and tells Cooper to get back to work, or else the team pays the price. And when Cooper agrees, the DNA aliens bring the trio to Cooper's lab and lock them in.
Yeah, but of course, this being the Alien Force team, they're able to get out of this situation no problem. So Kevin absorbs the Physidium, and Ben transforms into Echo, and Gwen tricks the guards into opening the door, and they all escape the cell by using basically high pitched sound effects to knock out the DNA aliens. But more DNA start chasing them, and they start fighting with them. And Cooper, who was working on a machine for the DNA aliens, drop down at the sound where, and once all four are able to get out from the DNA aliens, they become surrounded by more DNA aliens. And Cooper says the cloaking device is near the arch, and a DNA alien grabs Cooper, but he manages to break free. Kevin pushes them away, and they create one more sonic blast, knocking all out the DNA aliens. So once they arrive at the arch, Echo is transformed back into Ben, and Cooper touches the device, but the fission of the arch activates, and hybrid ships start coming through to destroy the Earth. So basically, getting a vision of what's to come.
Cooper tells the team about what the arch is for. And Ben's like, Cooper, destroy the cloak. As he telepathically lifts the cloaking machine and destroys it. Meanwhile, a truck is driving the Lost Soledad as it uncloaks, confusing the driver, being like,
yeah, what the hell is going on around here? I really need to stop. Taking pet pills. So Gwen destroys the cloaking device's parts, but the DNAs arrive and shoot at the team, and they manage to run and enter into Kevin's car before driving away. And the hybrid's like, "Don't pursue." Ben says that they need to go back and find out what's going on, and Cooper agrees to help. And once the police arrive and investigate, due to being tipped off by the driver, the humans present tell the sheriff that they are building a mall, and he drives away. When they go, the people remove their ID masks to reveal a hybrid and DNA alien. So we're starting to get the seeds of things played out for the finale, which I've got to say might be probably the best finale that Ben 10 has so far.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was cool to have Cooper back.
Yeah, Cooper. Yeah, we have Cooper back. But we'll never see him again. So next we have Birds of a Feather, which has another character character who's the same species as Spider Monkey. Simeon. How do you Simeon? Because who helps them after they've been attacked by a large number of DNA aliens near a forest, and Simeon after Ben is like, "Hey, do you think we can make something up to you, Simeon?" And Simeon wanders back into the forest before being found again by Goop, and this time at a cryo's laboratory, he's stealing a piece of scientific equipment. After Goop scolds him like, "Hey, you're being a thief." Ben takes him to a place where they build a bonfire, and it's there when Simeon reveals himself to be the prince of Arachne chimps, and that is that the king died while he was finishing school, and he feels that there's only one way to prove himself that he's worthy of being king, and it's to retrieve a missing crystal, which is the symbol of monarchy on his planet, Which at this point, I'm just thinking like, I'm like Gwen and Kevin here, like, because this was basically what happened with Michael Morningstar, essentially.
Yeah, but uh, Gwen and Kevin are swayed by Ben's arguments and decide to go to the fortress on the moon where the crystal is located. As the gang infiltrates the fortress, Ben and Simeon venture into the deepest parts of the fortress as Ben trips a silent alarm and awakens the single guard there named Lou. And we see Lou attempting to fight Ben and Simeon, but Ben throws Lou down over the bridge they're walking on, off into the seeming abyss. But then Ben switches to Jet Ray to catch Lou in the nick of time.
Yeah,
it's here where they find.
Go ahead.
And it's here once Ben acquires the crystal that does Ben learn that Simeon's full of shit.
Yes, he is. So yeah. Ben finds out that Simeon is full of shit and tries to take the crystal for himself, only to have a near deadly encounter with the laser cannon defense system, which forces Ben to transform into Tyler's boy, Chromastone, and rescue him and take the crystal. And when the fortress starts to lose power and emergency lightning kicks in, Simeon wakes up and claims that they make a good team. However, Ben refuses him the crystal as he is upset with how Simeon was going to kill Lou in cold blood back on the bridge. But he tries to explain to him that there are more lives at stake on his home planet. But Ben still doesn't believe him, since a real king can't go around murdering innocent people who stand in his way. You know what? Good on you, Ben.
And Simeon's like, yeah, you that he's come to his senses, but Ben sees through the lies, and a battle for the crystal ensues between Ben and Simeon, with Ben discovering that Simeon had been lying the entire time and that the crystal was actually a power source for an intergalactic communication center. With the team being manipulated and sold out by Simeon, who is actually a con artist and a selfish mercenary hired by the hybrid to prevent Earth from calling for help against the incoming invasion.
So basically, this and the last episode was basically setting up the finale, essentially.
Yep, and it really goes through like how thorough the hybrid's plan is.
Yeah, it really does. Because I was like honestly shocked, like, wow, it's taking this long to get to the plan, but it's honestly going to pay off in a really good way.
Though it turns out that Ben pulled the old switcheroo on Simeon, as he actually managed to get the crystal, meanwhile leaving Simeon with the acidic ear cleaner.
Yeah, so at this point, after they've all escaped Simeon, and Simeon tries to make the exchange with the hybrid, things are gonna get ugly for Simeon.
Yep, as he gets his ears cleaned.
Yeah, in more ways than one. But after all of that, let's just get it out of the way, grounded.
So, the beginning of this episode begins with Ben's parents making an appearance, Sandra and Carl, talking about how Ben is a great kid and they happily head home. And then they see a large explosion, Followed by a hybrid that shows up with Ben's team on running to fight the hybrid. As Carl and Sandra notice Ben running towards the hybrid,
Mm-hmm.
as as they see him transform into swamp fire, shocking them. The hybrid then knocks out Ben, which leaves Gwen and Kevin to fight him. Uh, 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 the hybrid is like, "I beat Ben Tennyson," and then he fucks off. Swamp Fire transforms back into Ben, and Ben ends up with a black eye. To Gwen's shock and Kevin's amusement.
Yeah. So after all of that, Ben goes home and acts like nothing's happening. His parents are shocked at seeing Ben's black eye. Ask him what he did. Ben lies to them and that he went to the movies with Julia, that he had a fight with a kid at school, but they tell Ben that they saw him transforming it into an alien, which catches him off guard, and Sandra is upset that the son lied to them over and over, which begs the question, what did he tell his parents after he got back home? From in the classic series?
That he did normal kid stuff.
Yeah, and then his parents, and then his father points out the Omnitrix. So Ben is forced to tell them the truth about everything, and that that he made a promise to Max, and also doesn't even tell his father, doesn't even tell Carl that, hey, Grandpa Max is most likely dead. Ugh.
Probably not to worry them any more than they already are. Like,
probably, but you would have thought that would have been like one of the things Ben would have at least brought up by now. So Carl is infuriated that his father was behind all of this and tells Ben that his Uncle Frank and him knew that Max had a double life as a plumber and doesn't want him lied to. You're obviously jealous, Carl. You are jealous because you did not get to be a plumber yourself. So Carl and Sandra force Ben from using the Omnitrix ever again. Okay, so when your house gets blown up by the hybrids, don't come cry to Ben. And it's here where we get the tale of the episode that he's grounded after they found out about the Omnitrix. And Kevin, but Kevin has to, so it forces Kevin to go solo by going to find out what the DNA is up to, but they end up catching him in a tanker. And Ben and his parents are in the kitchen eating dinner. The phone rings. Ben answers it, and it's shot that it's Kevin. Kevin tries to contact them both, but Ben's parents find out this and tell Ben to go to his room, even though he could easily explain, even though he tries to explain, my friend is about to die. Do you want blood on your hands?
He could have. I will defend Carl and Sandra. I won't. I'll say this about Carl and Sandra in this episode is that they are trying to look out for their son, which does not explain their actions in this episode, but I hope that it does shed some light on this on the why, because the way I see it, Carl and Sandra are massively overprotective.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely overprotective. But anyway,
so how Ben tries to resolve this is that he cares for, and he tells them his parents that he cares about them and respects them and what they've taught him about life. But he says that he cannot uh, that he can't obey them now because it'd be going back on what they've taught him. And he's like, punish me how you will when I get back, but I have a friend that needs saving. So Ben transforms into Humongousaur and busts out of the house.
Yeah, which he says, "Oh, don't worry about that." So he ends up eventually going to save Kevin, and Carl brings out the plumber bazooka and ends up helping out at the end. Which fair enough. But at the same time, they really went about this the wrong way. Yeah, and Carl mounts the plumber bazooka on the wall, with Carl explaining to his son that he never liked plumber weapons since it reminded him of all the double life Max was going about. Hey, here's a crazy idea. Why didn't Ben ask Carl, like, why didn't you like that life?
That would have been a great question. I think the reason why Carl didn't like the plumber life is because that plumber life Max was leading was a constant reminder of the of like the fact that Max constantly lied to his own kids.
But like, how? But but oh, this episode just infuriates me. Said all I need to know on it.
Okay.
Yeah. And also we did leave out one episode for that should have that came before this episode, and because all the episodes like the one with Simeon and all leading up to the finale, it's in the US order. They're all back to back, so we kind of skipped over that one. But yeah, we could talk about this episode coming up, Pet Project, where Julie gets Ship. She gets Ship as her pet.
Yep.
So
and we also get the Forever Knights, who kidnap Ship from Julie and are trying to mass produce a fleet of use them to mass produce a fleet of interstellar spacecraft.
Yeah, but so they and so Ben, Gwen, and Kevin decide to mount a raid on the Forever Knight stronghold to rescue him. But their scientist, Dr. Joseph Chadwick, is a crazy nut job that basically uses a control device to make Ship obey him and turn Ship from green to red. So now he's evil Ship. And
if I had a nickel for every red evil galvanic mechamorph in Ben 10, I'd have two nickels.
Yeah, so it's also revealed. I believe this is where it's revealed that Ship can transform into an actual ship.
Yep, because he copied a spacecraft that the Forever Knights had commandeered.
Yeah, so he does that, but Julie is able to get through to Ship because the bond between Pet and owner is so strong that Ship is just like, I can't attack you, Julie. I love you too much. So it all ends up working out. Julie's able to get Ship to reunite with her. And they basically escape from the Forever Knights and Dr. Chadwick.
Yep. And it ends with Ship turning into a ball and jumping on Ben.
Yeah, which is just adorable. Ship. So yeah, with that out of the way, and we are Pet Project, we are Grounded. So yeah, we now have Voided.
So in this episode, Gwen receives a message from Helen through her energy field before the episode started, and once Kevin arrives, she plays the message from Helen calling for Ben's help with a dangerous foe in the null void. And Ben's like, okay, time to head out to the null void. But before doing so, they hook him. They hook him up with a jetpack and a plumber snake that makes sure that they don't lose him in the null void, as Gwen is using her power to open up a portal to the null void.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Once inside, Ben sees that the Null Guardians are attacking innocent aliens. And while saving an alien farmer, the cable he was attached to broke, and the alien Ben saved, whose name is Surf, tells him about the Void, who has taken control of the Null Guardians and have enslaved the inhabitants of the Null Void. And he's using a machine to drill through the dimensional wall and bring his army to take over Earth.
Yeah. Well, and while they're all sitting down and talking, Ben and Sev are attacked by the Void. But before he can get to them, Manny and Helen come completely out of nowhere, and Manny puts Sev out on a flying creature and sends him away before Helen and Ben attack the Void. And Ben recognizes the Void as none other than our old favorite mad scientist himself, Dr. Animo.
As the three of them escape from the Void, they go back to Helen and Manny's hideout, where Ben learns that Manny lost a hand fighting the Void once, and Ben tells them that the Void is actually was a former villain of his that he fought back on Earth. It's also where Ben finds out that the Null Void isn't just a prison, but a colony started by the Galvans. When some prisoners turned peaceful and decided to start over, the Galvans created the Null Guardians to separate the good from the bad.
And it's here where Helen suggests that Ben go and see their leader, the Wrench, for help in defeating the Void. And it's here where Pierce shows up and tells Ben that he'll have to beat him in order to see the Wrench. Even though Ben loses, Pierce lets him through anyway because it was a test to see if he was one of the Void spies. Before they go into a cave where we see this hermit guy, and Ben tells the Wrench about his problems, and it's revealed that Wrench is Max. My boy's alive, and he's Obi-Wan.
Yep.
So Max explains how he was able to survive. That instead of killing him, the hand grenade was sent him into the null void, and he wonders why Ben lost. And Ben says he did it on purpose, which enrages Piers. So upon finding out that the Void wants to create a machine that will take his alien army to Earth, Max makes plans to defeat the Void and destroys his machine that's making holes between dimensions. The prisoners are mining rocks that power the machine that the Void is building. But once they're able to sneak in, Ben discovers that Animo's newfound invulnerability is a result of his generator supercharging him, and he transforms into Big Chill to ice it up, which defeats Animo. And as Gwen opens the portal, she sees that Max is alive, but Max says that, hey, he has other business to attend to in the null void, so he'll be back when he needs to be back. So we've got our boy, we've got Max back, we've got our Maxie back. Again, I love what they've done with Max in this season. I really, really do. Yeah. So anyway, moving on to Inside Man. So in this episode, we see a trucker crashing into a ditch, and a man who walks out of the truck who's unarmed. His name is Tyler. So hey, I didn't realize you were in Ben 10, Tyler.
Yep, I'm in Ben 10. Apparently.
So yeah, apparently. So he tries to hitch a ride with someone who is unsuccessful, but once he's able to get to a police station, he is questioned and accused of being completely mad when he's talking about aliens, how they're capturing, how they're coming to Earth, and he's put in a cell. And as he's struggling to remember who he is or what he's supposed to be in there, he's attacked by the police, who turn out to actually be the DNAs wearing ID masks, and they question him about what he's done with the key, but he has no idea what he's talking about, as a part of his memory was temporarily erased in the crash, and out of nowhere, he seems to have superhuman strength, and he takes the metal cot that was in his cell and pins the DNA into a wall, and he's able to escape. But a green car, which of course is Kevin's car, comes, and the driver tells him to get in with fear for his life, and Tyler makes no hesitation to get in the vehicle. So the team asks Tyler if he knows anything about the what is known as the oscillator
Oscillator.
oscillator key, but Tyler just can't seem to remember. Suddenly he doesn't remember what it was and remembers where he left it, and Tyler directly directs Kevin to the ditch where he worked away from the wreckage. Ben transforms into Chromosome and peels the trunk off, open to have a look inside for the key. And Tyler tells them that he stole it from the aliens. And as Chromosome is looking, it looks at the key, and a horde of DNAs comes out behind it and attacks him. Chromosome, Gwen, and Kevin, they manage to hold him off, and Tyler remembers everything he was supposed to do. He also remembers the Hybrids plan to build a giant gateway that helps lead to the end of the human race. So once again, building up for the finale, and it's revealed as well that why Tyler remembers this. He is a DNA alien. Dun dun dun.
Yeah. So typically, what's supposed to happen is that the Xenocyte is supposed to take over the human consciousness, which causes them to become the DNA aliens. But it seems that a part of him is fighting back the transformation the entire time, which is why Tyler was able to fight against the DNA aliens.
Yeah, which was a pretty good twist on the whole concept. So Ben transforms into Humongousaur and is able to take the key out of the truck, but the DNA alien supply spots them and sends down a track beam to retrieve them. Humongousaur grows to 60 feet to get away from them, and but he ends up dropping the key back into the ditch just as the DNA aliens start coming out of the ship and transform back into normal. Humongousaur and so Ben transforms into Jet Ray and starts shooting at some of the DNA aliens, and Kevin and Tyler manage to fight off some of them, but soon a few DNA aliens come and take Tyler so they can override him, and he won't remember anything.
Yep, they nab up both Tyler and the oscillator key, but Kevin tells Ben to shoot the mirror that the tractor beam's being projected from, so the DNA aliens won't have the oscillator key, but Ben worries about possibly killing Tyler, who is declared expendable by the rest of Ben's teammates. So Ben decides to swoop in to save Tyler while leaving the oscillator key, which causes Kevin and Gwen to get on Ben's case for disobeying them. But Ben says that he isn't making any sacrifices, even though Tyler was willing to sacrifice. Even though Tyler was willing to sacrifice himself so the hybrid can't finish their plan, Tyler gets upset because the hybrid have won and he's stuck as a DNA alien forever. But Ben uses the Omnitrix to transform Tyler back to normal.
Yeah. And Ben reminds them, everyone who's responsible for saving all of humanity, and like it or not, he thinks it's them. So yeah, So yeah, there's one more episode we have to talk about before the finale, but it's essentially just a episode that just feels like, hey, we're still working on the finale, so let's just throw this in, and that is Unearthed, which is essentially just finding a DNA mining operation, uncovering an alien spaceship, and a large alien child is released from it. Um, and it's just basically we've got to look after the baby episode.
Yeah, where it, gotta say, kind of adorable.
Yeah, but at the same time, this episode really didn't feel like it needed to be in here.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with the airing order. Because like it feels uh like Undercover and Birds of a Feather and Inside Man were leading up to War of the Worlds.
Yeah,
And uh it feels like Unearthed should have been more towards the beginning or the middle
it
and
really
not
should.
the end.
It really should have done. So yeah, really, that's all I have to say on this episode. It's just a cute episode, but it's just about minding a baby. So
Yeah.
now, so now we can move on to the series, to the season 2 finale, War of the Worlds, parts 1 and 2. What a jam packed 2-parter here. So
I'll
we have the
say
we'll have the hybrids appearing above Galvanite Prime, having shut down the planetary defenses, basically destroying Galvanite Prime, forcing Azimuth and Paradox to retreat just as it getting destroyed, and on Earth, as Ben is practicing soccer with his team, Paradox and Azimuth are like, "Hey, we need to get you out of here. Shit is about to go down because of the immediate hybrid plan to use the hyperspace jump gate that's been built up to transform their fleet to Earth. So the prophecy is coming true. So the team is just like, okay, we're gonna find everyone we can, just get them all together. So they end up going and getting Alan. They get Cooper. They even get Michael Morningstar from the No Void, as they make a deal for him of just being like, hey, if you help us, we'll release you from the No Void. And Michael rightfully points out, like, why should we? And Kevin's less like, hey, if you don't help stop the invasion, this is gonna affect you as well. And Michael's like, you make a pretty good convincing argument. Okay, let's do this. So back at Mr. Smoothie, Azimuth is revealing that he's withheld information about the Omnitrix' true purpose from Ben, that it contains DNA samples of over 1 million sentient life forms in the Milky Way galaxy, including humanity, and that if any of these species were to be destroyed by the hybrids, the Omnitrix could restore them to life, like essentially being Noah's Ark. However, if the Omnitrix is destroyed, then there's no hope of restoring any species destroyed by the hybrids. And Azimuth insists that, hey, Ben, you cannot participate in the final battle due to the risk, but Ben refuses and threatens to fight Azimuth if he intends to take the Omnitrix from Ben. Realizing that Ben is not going to budge on this, Azimuth is just like, okay, I'll give you master control, and you can participate in the final battle, and as well as the voice command within the Omnitrix. So once Ben has access to 1,903 samples, everyone comes in. So we got Professor Paradox, Azimuth, Ben, Gwen, Kevin, Cooper, Darkstar, Alan, and Julie. And why is Julie here?
because she brought Ship.
Ship. So we've basically got the reverse of the negative 10. We've got the positive 10. And of course, we have there's a reason why the thumbnail is like it is.
It's the walk.
It's the walk. It's the walk. Like, they are like the people point out that this is like the Avengers, and you know what? Yeah, it's they're not wrong.
This is the Ben 10 Avengers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Minus Michael Morningstar, but he's gonna help. He's gonna help because it benefits him. So
Hey,
Ben,
even
oh,
Loki helped out Thor from time to time, so we can allow it.
yeah, we can allow it. So once they manage to get to Los Soldad,
Lost
Ben,
Soledad.
Los Soledad, Ben transforms into everyone's favorite.
Cannonbolt!
Yep, Cannonbolt. And this is where the battle really starts to get on the way. So they find their way through hundreds of DNA agents in an attempt to race themselves to destroy this gate. And of course, Paradox being Paradox just uses his pocket watch to stop time and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna go around you guys.
which is very similar to how the Doctor typically fights. Like he
Yeah.
fights without fighting. Like the dude fought off a sword with a spoon once,
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
and it was glorious.
Yeah.
We also see Michael trying to absorb the energy of the DNA aliens, and Ben's like, dude, no, we take them down, not out. Leave them alive because he can cure them,
Yeah.
which just serves to drain the battery of the Omnitrix, reverting Cannonball back into Ben. But since Cooper saw how the beam works, he turns his initial giant robotic suit, which you could probably see in the thumbnail, into several DNA repair guns, which can instantly turn any DNA alien back into human.
Yeah, so everyone's just like, okay, just start shooting them. Just start shooting these, turning them back into humans.
And it's also here that we get the appearance of some other classic aliens, Upchuck and Waybig.
Yeah, so as Waybeck is attempting to pull the jump gate out of the ground, he can't finish it. The gate activates, and Ben is severely injured. So part one ends with the invasion beginning fully. So part two starts off pretty much from the end of the last one with the hybrid fleet arriving on Earth, preparing to invade. So Ben, after awakening after being way big, has his team rush to his side, and Ben's just like, okay, I've got to devise a plan to capture the hybrid command and force him in order to a full retreat. So I do like this option that Ben goes for. It's like, yeah, there's no way we can fight this fleet at this point now, so we just gotta get them to surrender.
So the main three fight their way through the control tower and confront the commander. In the ensuing battle, Ben turns to Swamp Fire to battle the hybrid commander.
Yeah, well, of course. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, whilst Gwen and Kevin fight another hybrid and a group of DNA aliens. Kevin gets seriously injured, and in response, Gwen goes full on anodyne and easily defeats the hybrid attacking Kevin.
Yeah, but it's at this point where, like with Kevin, like with Gwen, with Kevin is able to get Gwen to calm down and see her humanity, not lose herself to her to her anodite form. So after another group of DNA aliens surrounds the team, the plumber that's helped us, and Max appears and defeats them. So we get Max Force in on here. We are not calling ourselves that. Yes, you are. You are Max Force. So they've returned after fulfilling their duties in the Null Void, and Swapfire is eventually defeated by the Hybrid Command and asks them to call off the invasion, but he's basically laughed out of the room, telling him that only the Hybrid Supreme has the authority to do so. And with the Hybrid Commander in custody, Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and Azimuth board ship and head towards the hyperspace jump gate to confront the Hybrid Supreme. And after they travel through the gate, they arrive on the derelict planet of Agstarka, where they crash land and captured by the hybrids. So they eventually wake up in a hybrid dungeon, and Ben activates the Omnitrix voice command and turns into Humongous Sword and breaks the team out. And they make their way through the chamber to the Hybrid Council, and the Hybrid Council refuses to call off the feat, emphasizing how racist they are. So their infusion, the genetic purity of the hybrid, and their mission to eradicate all lesser beings. Asmith reveals to them, however, that the hybrid's obsession with racial pure, like he basically says, because you guys have been so racist that it's led to inbreeding.
Yeah, and because that they're all inbred and lost their disease resistance and they're sterile, this is the last generation of their species, and they basically just want to take everybody else out with them.
Yeah, so basically their whole notion of wanting to be purely hybrid has basically made them not pure, if you really think about it. It's kind of backfired on them. So anyway, go ahead.
And Ben finds out a way to save the hybrid species by using the Omnitrix to send out an energy wave with the hyperspace jump gate that fuses the DNA that fuses every hybrid in the galaxy with random species from the Omnitrix, repairing the genetic damage. The council are stunned and horrified at the loss of their genetic purity, and considered mass suicide as their only choice.
Yeah, again, this reminds me of the Dalek episode again. So
until Riney shows up in the council room and convinces the hybrid supreme that their current state is not undesirable and is now they now have a chance to live. And the hybrid council elects Riney as the new hybrid supreme, as Riney recalls the hybrid fleet from Earth, and the war is over.
Yeah. So the war of the worlds was basically won by Ben because he basically took all the racism out of the racists.
Mm-hmm. And because of the giant wave of energy the Omnitrix gave off, it zeroed out the master control.
Yeah, but Ben also finds that it has also locked new aliens and transforms into one at the very last moment of the episode. So that was season 2, pretty much the definitive best season of Alien Force.
I'll say, I think people have called Alien Force seasons 1 and 2 the peak of Ben 10, and I have to agree on that front. I think that these 2 seasons do a fantastic job of creating a perfectly woven story about the hybrid.
Yeah, and it did wrap up in a really good way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now we move on to season 3. So if you want to start this part of the retrospective, because I really need the toilet quickly.
Okay, so regarding season 3 of Alien Force, something that I feel obligated to mention is that after season 2, there was a lot of pushback by the network to be like, okay, we need to rein it in a bit more. This is getting way too dark, and we want this to be more like the classic series, which caused a lot of things to change, such as Ben's personality and having a more episodic format, and bringing in a lot more of the a lot more of classic villains. We'll see Vilgax, Siskare, Charmcaster, Hex, Crab, all sorts of people. But it all starts with Vengeance of Vilgax, a 2-part season premiere. It starts with Gwen and Kevin fighting off a new villain, Serpent, which is just a giant snake dude, as Ben is off in his room watching TV. As he receives a medal from Lukic, named after a longtime series director Butch Lukic, as he gives him a medal for saving the universe from the hybrid invasion. And Ben sees a commercial for the new Sumo Slammers movie coming out, which actually comes up again. Meanwhile, on the planet TK.
Yeah, so I'm back now.
Oh, welcome back.
So I'll just give my first initial impressions of season 3 very quickly. I don't think it's as bad as people made it out to be. That's what I'll say. Yeah. So yeah. And one of my notes here is, but I do see the problems. Like, why is Ben being lazy in this episode, in this opener, when Phil Gax is coming?
Yeah.
And also, Phil Gax says Ben is the greatest hero. What about Max?
One of the greatest heroes. We also see Vilgax challenging Ultimos to what is known as a Conqueror's Challenge for control of the planet.
Yeah.
Basically, what a Conqueror's Challenge is basically the strongest warrior of one planet challenges the strongest warrior of another planet for control of for control for control of a planet. And he managed to defeat Ultimos, who lives on the planet TK, which is a reference to Tom Kane, who... Wait, hold on.
Tom Kane is Ultimus's voice actor in the original series.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. And now Phil Gax has the power of the greatest has the powers of the greatest heroes with 10 wills, which he intends to use to get revenge on Ben.
And I've already gone over the bit with Serpent.
Yeah. So I guess the next big thing is that they try to is that Phil Gax ends up taking on Max Force, which he ends up defeating all of them, which Max should have really done more damage to Phil Gax.
Yeah, considering I mean, to be fair, he only beat Vilgax by strapping him to a rock, to a missile, and launching him into space.
Fair enough. But it's also here where we have Ben and Kevin trying to hack the Omnitrix, and Ben getting a little bit obnoxious about his latest victories. Which, yeah, I can understand him getting a little bit cocky because of the fact that he basically saved the world from an alien invasion.
But for a lot of longtime fans, it's frustrating seeing how much Ben has matured only for him to fall back into his old ways.
I guess so. But like I said, I feel like it's a little bit because I mean, if you were being told like, oh yeah, you're the greatest hero ever, getting all these awards, all these medals, wouldn't you be like a little bit of go on a little bit of an ego trip?
I mean, fair enough. It's just frustrating to see. It's just frustrating seeing Ben act the way he he does, and mostly because of uh of network meddling.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, um, Ben and Kevin try to hack the Omnitrix because, but Asmith tells him like, don't tamper with the Omnitrix, but Ben will tamper with it anyway, and Ben loses some of the aliens, and Kevin becomes a mutant again because they want to have Kevin be a mutant again for the rest of Alien Force.
Yep, it was caused by the feedback from the watch that transformed him.
Yeah. So it's because of this that Asmith loses his faith in Ben. So he chastises him for disobeying him with direct orders and warns him that these four transformations are unstable and will perish if not returned to the Omnitrix because some of the aliens have escaped and they will perish if they aren't returned to the Omnitrix within 24 hours. And Asmith instructs Ben to set the Omnitrix to capture mode when he gets close enough to transform them to automatically
Restore.
restore the Omnitrix, restore them to the Omnitrix, and it's at this point where Asmith is like, "Yeah, screw you, Ben. I'm not helping you." But they eventually do manage to get all the aliens back, and it's here where Phil Gax issue starts to I believe it starts to issue his challenge to Ben.
Well, he had already issued his challenge to Ben when he beat up all the plumber's kids.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, after getting, oh, go ahead.
Now after trying to tamper with the Omnitrix, Ben has to track down Spider Monkey, Chromastone, Goop, and Waybig before his fight with Vilgax. They managed to track down Chromastone to the pier. As Kevin also discovers that now he can transform his limbs into versatile constructs made up of all the different elements he's made of. And now that the Omnitrix has been tampered with, it now has some of its old problems back, such as mistransformation, seen as when Ben tries to go for Humongosaur, he instead gets Upchuck.
Yep. So Ben, you kind of did this to yourself.
Yep. And Kevin manages to knock out Chromastone from behind, and Ben is able to recapture Chromastone.
Yeah. And they're able to capture Goop. Goop. Goop was the next one that they were able to capture, wasn't it?
No, it was Spider Monkey.
Oh, Spider Monkey. Okay.
Because Spider Monkey had built a giant web that the car got stuck to, and Spider Monkey snatches up Gwen and entangles her in her webbing. So Ben and Kevin go after Spider Monkey to help her. With Ben using Brainstorm. But every time Brainstorm tries to talk to Spider Monkey, he gets webbed in the face.
As you do.
And then he just keeps up the chat until Gwen's like, Ben, you're in range. Just do the thing.
Yes, just do the thing. Just capture Spider Monkey, which he does.
Yep.
Yeah, and once they're back on the road, Ben is reminded like, "Hey, you've got 5 hours until you fight with Vilgax," and the scanner does end up locating Goop in the sewers beneath them, and Ben eventually stumbles upon Goop's anti-gravity gravity projector, and it's at this point where Goop engulfs Ben, trapping him stiff, and he attacks Gwen and Kevin, sending them flying sending them flying and bringing pipes down on them with um, concussive slime shots. But Ben is able just to reach the Omnitrix enough to get it that's inside Goop and breaks free, which enables him to transform into Swamp Fire. But despite Goop running and Swampfire chasing after him, he slips away at every chance, and Swampfire tries to take him out with a fireball, but Gwen tells Swampfire not to because of the tunnel full of methane.
And which he just so happens to ignite, blowing up the entire sewer system.
Yeah. But at this point, Swampfire regenerates on the surface while Gwen and Kevin emerge protected by a mana ball, as you do, and Goop's anti-gravity projector hacks and slashes Swampfire to pieces, but he regenerates and snatches the projector, reeling in Goop, and Swampfire draws him back into the Omnitrix, leaving only one transformation left to recapture. But they chart the course for Wade Baker, who is 40 minutes away by car and only an hour remaining until Ben has to fight Vilgax. And Ben says he has a new plan when Gwen gets a call from Max on her badge. With Ben not fully prepared or experienced, he decides to fight Vilgax in Ben's place with the minor technicality of Vilgax falling under plumber jurisdiction, which basically means like, hey, if you lose this, you are off the planet.
and Ben's like, nah, Vilgax challenged me. I want to take care of this once and for all. But he vows to show up and come out victorious. And Gwen's like, Ben, how are you gonna beat him without Waybig? He's your best shot at beating him. And he explains his plan to stall until Gwen and Kevin retrieve Waybig.
Which, hey, it's not a bad plan.
Yep. Yeah, not a bad plan at all. Back at the park where the match is taking place, Vilgax's new lackey, Siphon, arrives and announces to the entire viewing world that the battle is televised. He also tells people that the Conqueror's challenge is merely a courtesy and that Vilgax's starship fleet is currently in orbit. If Ben fails the show, the fleet will decimate them when Vilgax is declared winner by default. Then next thing you know, Jet Ray flies in.
And Vilgax mercilessly pummels Jet Ray until he transforms into Big Chill and starts freezing Vilgax solid with quick phrase. But Vilgax uses his eye lasers, and using his shield gauntlet, grabs Big Chill in an intangible state and electrocutes him. So Big Chill phases into the ground and emerges as the full-size Humongousaur. But Vilgax just beats him with brutal strength, and just when Vilgax is deciding like, hey, Ben, you might as well surrender, Gwen and Kevin arrive with Wave Break, and Humongousaur reverse back, and Wave Break covers him from Vilgax, which enables Ben to reabsorb Wave Break and tries transforming into him, but gets stuck as your boy Chromosome instead, who beats Vilgax back with an eye blast, but Vilgax's sword transforms into crystal, rendering Chromostone's energy blasts useless. Oh, poor Tyler's my boy.
And with that, Chromostone plops to the ground, and Vilgax whacks away at Chromostone, shattering him into a billion pieces. But when it looks like all hope is lost,
Ben comes out as
Diamond Head.
Diamond Head, which he blasts back Philgax, and at this point, Ben is declared the winner. So, at this point, Philgax is banished from returning to Earth with hostile intent or otherwise, which he breaks. Spoilers: he breaks later on. Philgax acknowledges with honor and teleports away with everyone, but not before firing vengeance on Ben. Ben believes secret identity has gone public, with everything being televised, but Max tells Ben that he used Pomatech to block out the broadcast at about halfway, so it's covering up the evidence of Ben being on the scene, and Gwen asks what happened to Chromostone, but all Ben can tell her is that the Omnitrix is broken. However, he does ask if the team, unlike the Omnitrix, is still intact, and Gwen agrees, and despite some split-second hesitation, Kevin does so too, and the three of them head off for ventures to resume their mission in fighting off evils from Earth or in space. So that was the opening to season 3. Overall, not that bad. Not that bad.
It was all right. Admittedly, this incarnation of Vilgax is rather jarring from his last appearance.
It really is. It really is. Anyway, moving on to Inferno. AKA the episode with giant naked mole rats.
And this is filler.
Yeah, it is definitely fit. It is definitely filler. The only notable things is that Max confirming fairy tales are real, and Bigfoot is a guy in a suit,
which might be which might end up being retconned in Omniverse.
Yeah. Also, as well, Gwen is Gwen from Total Drama, right down to the same fear. I mean, she also has a brooding bad boy in the form of Duncan. I mean, Kevin.
Yeah, she's claustrophobic and afraid of spiders. Ben's afraid of alligators. I mean, Kevin's afraid of alligators, and Ben is afraid of clowns and peacocks.
Yeah. Yeah, and Kevin being stupid and not knowing what TNT is.
Dynamite!
Yeah, it's like, how do you not know that? But we also have Volcanus back, so that's something about this episode.
Yeah, and apparently he got the rights to terraform the Earth how he sees fit, so he's trying to increase the temperature of Earth to feel more like home, which apparently on a cold day it reaches up in the 800 degrees.
Yeah, even though technically Ben owns the planet. So this episode boils down to we've got to stop Volcanus. They stop Volcanus, and they all go back to doing what they're doing.
Yep, nothing very interesting. The team somehow struggles with fucking weird digging robots when they shouldn't be.
Yeah. And really, I think I can kind of see why people don't really like season 3. It's because, unlike seasons 1 and 2, there's not really serialized storytelling with season 3.
Yeah, they just go back to the episodic shit.
Yeah, so and honestly, I don't understand why. I mean, they had a perfectly good setup with the Forever Knights. I mean, all this with Vilgax in the season, it really should have been at the end of the classic series. And the -10 finale should have been in the finale for Alien Force.
I'll tell you why. It was network intervention.
Yeah, network intervention. So anyway, we have Fool's Gold as the next episode.
An infamous one amongst the community.
Because it involves poop. Lots and lots of poop.
Basically, Max tells Max tells the trio to investigate a town in the middle of nowhere where a bunch of aliens go to on spring break every 17 years.
Yeah, and it's revealed that these aliens poop is gold. They shit gold essentially.
Yeah,
And
only
so,
whenever they eat popcorn. Whenever they eat popcorn, they shit gold.
why popcorn? I have no idea.
And apparently, the popcorn also makes them drunk or high or both.
So wouldn't corn itself do that anyway?
Mayhaps.
Yeah. So yeah, we are. We have one of them, Decker, being kidnapped, and being used as a slave for his poop gold, forcing his best friend Orb to get help from Ben's team. Which they end up doing, and Decker is revealed to be an absolute prick. But yeah, so also as well in this episode, it's revealed that these aliens, who I assume this is their only appearance. Yeah, it's their only appearance apparently. That they basically are like the Gremlins from the Gremlins film. So like if they eat any meat, then they go on a ravenous craze for it, because it I assume it gives into their carnal desires to eat meat.
Yeah, basically, when one of those little gremlin fuckers eat meat, it causes them to revert to their primal form, where they'll start to eat everything and reproduce.
Yeah. So in order to get Decker back to normal, they use Big Chill to freeze a reactor that was going to be used that he was going to use, and then Ben gets the ideas to transform into Echo and send out multiple clones to get Decker's attention, so he can basically they solve this problem by having Decker overeat on Echo.
Yeah, because silicon's poisonous, so Ben ends up getting bored.
Yeah. So hey, we have racism, teen pregnancy, and foreignism, all in good old Alien Force.
Yeah.
So that's how they're able to do it, and Decker's just like, right, that's it. We're not coming back to this planet anymore.
Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. Good for them. And they won't be missed. But now, we're on to what I consider the worst episode of Ben 10 ever. Simple. Let's just get this out of the way. It's red versus blue. These two idiots can't make up their minds about everything. Our guy's back being a bitch, basically profiting off war. They're trying to make world peace here. Is not going fine. This girl who asked Ben for her help, for his help, ends up hating Ben by the end of the episode, even though she asked him to solve her planet's problems. And they have and they're like ordeal, and Ben calls them up on their hypocrisy of war, of just being like, hey, we have ordinal violence. So, and Kevin's profiting off war here. Everyone is stupid in this episode. I hate this episode. Let's just get on with it.
Unfortunately, I do have to mention one more thing. This is the proper first appearance of Lodestar, the Biosavartian. Hey, don't talk shit. No, hey, don't you dare groan about Lodestar. He's awesome.
I'm going about Lodestar. I'm going about the fact that it's this episode that he's introduced.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Yeah. So, all I have to say about this episode is fuck this kid, fuck everyone except except Gwen. This kid literally called Ben for help. Then, after he failed because her leaders are nothing but a bunch of warmongering tyrants, she blames Ben for her planet's problems that she asked him help for. So screw this episode. I hope I never have to talk about it again. Let's move on to the Don't Fear the Repo, also known as Virgil. I don't know why they changed the name of the episode, but the Virgil brothers are here, and Fredo, and the Fredo brothers are here to repossess the Best Boy ship, something that they should not be doing, because ship's original owner left him on Earth. So by his own account, he left ship to fend for himself. He should not allow him back. Julie adopts him fair and square. She can turn into a mech suit with Julie with ship at this point, and even high courts don't like the Fredo brothers.
Yeah, because they're incompetent. They actually meet up with Bazel in court, who gave the order for ship's repossession, because he heard what ship did during the hybrid war. And
so he wants ship back now because of the fact, like, hey, he's a weapon that I can use.
Yep. And Bazel then tells the Judge Domstall that it's like, oh yeah, I sent the Fredo brothers to get back ship. And Domstall's like, why would anybody trust the Fredo brothers to bring somebody back alive?
And and Basil is just like, I don't know.
And,
so if at the end of this episode, Basil gives full custody for Julie to adopt ship.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah. So now ship is Julie's for life now.
Yep, because he lost in court.
Yes. Yes, he did. I
do gotta say, I do like the Fredo brothers as antagonists.
They're okay. But I feel like
particularly like Octagon and like the juxtaposition of the Southern accent with the very articulate vocabulary.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. So yeah, really, that's all I can say about this episode. Oh, other than the fact, like, why change the title?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But also,
go ahead.
Boyd Friedel is voiced by Rob Paulson.
Yeah, which you can tell. You can honestly tell that it's him. So yeah, now we have Single-Handed, aka the episode where Ben loses his hand.
It's in this episode that we meet Sunder the Retriever, who is after the Omnitrix, and thanks to Sunder's axe swinging at Ben's Omnitrix, it caused a bit of a dimensional displacement.
Yeah, so Ben's hand is now in the null void, while the rest of his body is on Earth. And
other way around.
Oh, right, yeah. No, Ben's hand is in the null void.
No.
Ben. Oh, yeah. Ben's in the null void while his hand's on Earth. Okay, yeah. Sorry. And Ben is pretty casual about this whole thing. Like, I'm in the null void and I've lost my hand. Yeah, but it is revealed as well that also Kevin laughing at Ben's hand. You know what? He deserves that after being turned into a mutant. He deserves that laugh. And also we have in this episode, once Judy figures out like, oh, this is Ben's hand that's come to help me. They start playing hot potato, not leg, Sundere, get the Omnitrix. So like hot potato with the Omnitrix.
And it ends up in a dog's mouth.
Yeah, and these kids being like, oh, we're not freaked out by this human hand in our dog's mouth.
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah, and it's also revealed that even though Ben is not connected to his hand, the hand can still transform him into the various aliens.
Yeah. And then Sunder's like, give me that damn Omnitrix.
No, never. Fine, I'm gonna attack Kevin's car. What is up with everyone breaking my car? I don't know, Kevin.
And then
the way that Ben is saved from the Null Void is that he transforms. Is that a Null Guardian saves him, and Kevin is able to bring Ben back without his left hand, which is now in the Null Void. So Ben and his hand switch places after all of this, and they're able to eventually get Ben's hand back on his arm, and send Sunder into the Null Void.
Yep, as he gets assaulted by a bunch of weird little guys, the Havoc Beasts.
Yep. And we'll never see Sunder again.
Actually, we will.
Oh, cool. So, yeah, in hindsight, again, like I said, I could definitely see the problems with season 3, even though I don't think it's that bad of a season.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on to episode 8, is it? Episode 8, If All Else Fails. So we're again wrapping up. Basically, this is the epilogue to season 2, because we have one more hybrid ship who's still on Earth, and they don't know about what's gone on. So they're like, the war is still on. I'm still going to attack the humans, even though they're like, no, the war is over. You guys surrendered.
And it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And apparently, the hybrid had like a failsafe in case they lost the war. So they made this giant tree-looking motherfucker of like a hybrid to like go absorb power from a power plant.
Yeah, so that's where it's heading, in like a giant hybrid tree monster eventually.
Yeah,
which I've got to say is just basically like a giant Groot hybrid.
Yeah, and we also see Max start acting strange, collapsing, and then talking to himself. It seems like he seems to be getting mind controlled by the hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Now under hybrid control, Max takes the rust bucket to the seedling collection point, along with 5 others have sufficient biomass, so the hybrid commences the failsafe activation. And and the mind control of the poor saps get crystallized. Get like how the kind of reminds me of like how the Lich from Adventure Time got encased in amber.
Okay.
Which we'll have to watch Adventure Time when we.
Yeah, at some point we'll have to watch Adventure Time. I've got it on the list, Adventure Time, so don't you worry.
Sweet.
Yeah, I tried watching Adventure Time when it first came out, but I just couldn't get into it. I found it too weird.
Oh, please. If you thought Adventure Time was weird then, are you in for a ride?
Oh god. So yeah. Anyway, after trying everything to stop this hybrid, Ben enlists the aid of Raimi, who comes down to basically tell him like, "Hey, the war is over. We did not lose. We simply surrendered. So stop this now." And so this book, what is known as the Bunk Hybrid, is just like, "Oh, Hybrid Supreme, I apologize for this. I'm going to sacrifice myself." So he ends up doing that and managing to save the humans and basically stopping all out destruction. And I do believe this is the last time we'll see Raimi, isn't it?
To my knowledge, yeah.
Which is a shame. It's a shame that we don't see Raimi again.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on to In Charm's Way. Oh.
And from the title of this episode, we get the return of Clancy.
Yay, Clancy! No, just kidding. We get Charmcaster back. So Charmcaster is back, and in her new design, and Kevin being grumpy because he's at a beach and destroying a beach ball of a kid, and Charmcaster using her powers to manipulate Kevin because Kevin is being a dick to Gwen. Because Kevin thinks that Gwen's not doing enough to help him, and so Charmcaster ends up kissing Kevin and manipulating him. So they immediately figure out that it's Charmcaster behind all of this, which I've got to give them credit for.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out when Kevin's mind controlled is that he keeps his personality.
Yeah. So it's just like Gwen, we're going to see a race car demo. I don't like race car demos. We're doing something else then. So yeah. So it's all a ploy to get Charmcaster to absorb all of Gwen's mana, essentially, to make her even more powerful. But of course, as we all know, Gwen is going to get her powers back.
Yep.
So once Kevin's out of Charmcaster's control, and after Gwen loses her powers, Kevin decides to trick Charmcaster by saying he isn't loyal to the Tennysons, and after being told that Charmcaster has no interest in dating the good guys, Charmcaster getting a little bit feisty then. Kevin implies that what she said earlier to him was true and that it made sense. And he tells her that he helps Ben just so he can get close to Gwen, but according to him, it doesn't matter anymore. And he tricks Charmcaster when he mentions that the amount of power Gwen still possesses. So it makes Charmcaster want to confront Gwen again. And Charmcaster believes she's supposedly drained Gwen dry, and that any power Gwen has left belongs to her. But as Gwen and Ben are drinking smoothies at Mr. Smoothies, Charmcaster shows up with Kevin and her rock minions that she's had throughout the episode, and she scans Gwen for any mana left, but realizes Kevin has tricked her when she finds out none. And through this battle, Gwen is able to reabsorb all her powers from Charmcaster, whilst Ben transforms into Upchuck to drink Mr. Smoothie that has been brought to life by Charmcaster. Drink him dry.
No, don't do that. I'm half empty.
Yeah, no, don't drink me. I'm lemon flavor, and you don't like lemon.
God, I don't know why, but that for some reason reminds me of fucking Sausage Party.
Oh my god, yeah, don't remind me of Sausage Party. Yeah, so
I didn't even know you watched Sausage Party. I was about to say, hey, Luke, you want to watch Sausage Party? Because I gotta spread the fucking suffering.
oh, I watched Sausage Party when it came out in the cinema.
Shit.
And you wanna know something crazy? It was the first time that my brother, when it got to that scene at the end, that my brother went, "What the fuck are we watching?" that is legitimately what he said. What the fuck are we watching? So yeah, Charmcaster is drained and sucked into a vortex. And her minion deliberately lets go on purpose because it realizes, wait, this bitch is being a bitch to me. And it's revealed at the end of this episode that Gwen has been trying to cure Kevin of his mutation, but which really makes Kevin feel guilty. Yeah. So yeah, we got Charmcaster back.
Yeah, but I do like the note it ends on. It's a very unique ending, but overall, not really too into this. It was all right.
Fair enough. But yeah, next we have Trade Off, aka the oh no, before that we have Ghost Town. So we have Siscara back, because Phil Gax is like, hey, you want to get rid of Ben 10? I can help you. And Siscara's like, hell yeah. And Siscara is not voiced by Steve Bloom in this season.
Yeah, he's voiced by Jeff Bennett.
Which, again, I think I still prefer Steve Bloom doing Siscara. Yeah. So the team are also playing mini golf before Phil Gax comes up to them and says, "Hey Ben, I need your help, even though you're not supposed to be on Earth, Phil Gax." But it's okay.
Crisis, his planet's in danger.
Yeah. And everyone's just like, why should we trust you? You're Phil Gax. But they go to the Burger Shack place, and Phil Gax gets the kids meal. I don't know why, but that just made me chuckle. Like, this powerful evil alien overlord, he gets the kids meal in the Burger Shack.
Yeah.
So Phil Gax tells them about the Ghost Freak invasion of his home world, and it's just like, if I had it my way, I wouldn't be asking you guys for help, but here we are. So Phil Gax basically forces them to work with him, which shows a different side to Phil Gax in that he does have an honor and his people do like him.
Yeah, which feels like completely different from his original series counterpart, where he was like this evil space pirate feared by all.
Except the people on his home world. Hey, everyone has to have their code of honor. Yeah, but I did put Phil Gax being hug. Not sure how I feel about this. But this is also the episode where Sisera gets put back in the Omnitrix.
And gets the best transformation sequence in the show.
It is the creepiest transformation sequence ever.
As Ben's spine elongates and spikes pop out of it.
Yeah, and his head twists around. Yeah, and so Vilgax is just like, hey, if I can destroy both my greatest enemies, that's two birds with one stone. Because Sisera, as Ghost Freak, still tries to take over Ben when he's back in the Omnitrix. So eventually, they do manage to subdue Sisera, and Vilgax is just like, okay, you guys get out of here.
It's just all hail Vilgax.
All hail Vilgax. But yeah, so now we can talk about trade-off, which is essentially Darkstar saying to Kevin, hey, you want me to get this relic? We can change ourselves back to normal.
And Kevin's like, hell yeah, let's do it. As they go to an island that's apparently not too far from Easter Island.
Huh. Interesting. So they end up going through all these booby traps and everything, and surprisingly working well together, which again makes sense because Darkstar did help them in the War of the Worlds episodes.
Mm-hmm. So in this episode, they're trying to find something called the Dominus Librium, which allows transfer of one power to another person. We'll actually see this thing come up later, but for now, the Librium is used to transfer their energy in order to make both of them normal and neutralize their powers.
Which it does work.
Yep, and with this, both Michael and Kevin lose all of their powers.
Yep, including Kevin's ability to absorb inorganic matter.
Yep, and
it's with this episode as well that Gwen figures out what Michael was behind it and is attacked, revealing the artifact can absorb Gwen's powers, which forces Kevin to act fast to save Gwen, but it also means he has to turn back into his mutant form. So I do like that about Kevin. Like, he willingly sacrificed himself for Gwen.
Yep. Even if it meant he had to go back to being a monster.
Yeah. I mean, it shows that he would rather be a monster than let Gwen suffer.
Yep.
Yeah. So after all this is said and done, with Darkstar, who absorbs swamp fire, and Darkstar. With Ben transforming into swamp fire and attacking Darkstar. But his attacks have no effect on Michael, and he absorbs swamp fire as well. But Kevin steps in front and takes the brunt of the energy, throwing them both back. Darkstar runs away with the Dominus Librarium and swearing revenge as the team go to get Mr. Smoothie. Yeah. So now we have Busy Box, which again is another okay episode. It's just basically, hey, what's this magical box device, and it's it's really powerful technology. But and the Friedel brothers try to make off with it, but it turns out that it's just a baby's toy for a 3 million year old baby.
Yeah. And the Vriedels fucking die.
Yeah, they essentially do in this episode. But yeah, overall, not really much to say about this episode. It's just basically like the Unearthed episode with the baby.
I will say that it's a fun episode.
It's a fun episode, but it's an episode that it's there's not really an awful lot you can say about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike the next episode where we get Corn of Wrath.
Ooh, my favorite episode of this season.
Yeah, because what you have is that you have the characters going to the beach again, but we have a Sayoev ambassador who wants Ben for a mission.
Yep, we have Ambassador Zalvino and Sicily of the planet Luoda asking Ben and the gang to deliver a peace offering to their enemies, the Pantophage.
Which is basically this tiny little cream puff with the most adorable smile who everybody should want.
It's the Crown Prince of Luoda, the Tiffin.
I want a Tiffin.
However, the Tiffin seems to be causing some interference within the Omnitrix, and while flying off to deliver the Tiffin, Ben unlocks a new alien, the
Tony the Tiger.
Rat.
It's Tony the Tiger.
If Tony the Tiger got fused with Wolverine and a professional wrestler.
Yeah. So essentially, Raph is a tiger alien who says, "Let me tell you something." Insert name of person.
Because he's based on a catchphrase of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. And also we have Argix back again, who's revealed to have sold his own mother.
Yeah.
And we're just there baffled, like, why are we talking to this guy? We know he's not worth our time and effort. So they eventually do get to the planet after Ben spends the entire episode as Raph, and it's revealed that Volcanus is back on this planet.
Actually, the Vreedle brothers show up again, much to everyone's shock. But it turns out the Vreedles are clones made by their parents. Because they want to hold the Tiffin for ransom, but Raph just throws the Vreedles out of the airlock. And then they come into contact with an Incursion Commander Sangfroid. Fun fact, Sangfroid in French means cold-blooded.
Oh, nice.
So Raph can apparently survive in space as he boards the Incursion ship and beats up everybody on the ship, but it attacks Sangfroid. And then the Incursions head towards a black hole. While the heroes manage to get away, and Kevin's like, the engine's damaged, but luckily I know where to find what we need to fix it. And it turns out what they need to fix it is Tatanite. And apparently there's now just a planet full of Tatanite growing. Which kind of makes Kevin's big score useless unless Volcanus just found out about this planet.
I guess he did.
And because there's Tatanite involved, Volcanus is here.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, that was my notes. Basically screwed that up. So Volcanus tells his minions to kill the team, and they engage in a fight. And Raph pulls Volcanus out of his suit and takes the Tatanite for the ship. So yeah, they're basically just like Volcanus is just a minor inconvenience for when they actually do get to where they need to be.
Yeah. And then they finally arrive to the home planet of the Pantophage, which it's just Pantophage.
Yeah. Where they meet the king, Jarrett, who is given the Tiffin, and he's just like, oh, okay, yummy. He's eating children, Tyler! Fucking children!
Okay, that's 2 sausage party references in one video.
I know, well, that's what, I was just like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that is basically a sausage pie reference right there, before sausage pie was a thing. So yeah, and Raph gets really pissed off at this and breaks the jaw of the Jarrett.
Yeah, he jumps down Jarrett's throat to rescue the Tiffin, and it's like, okay, you better not start war with the Llewellyns, or I will go back down there and knit your intestines into a sweater.
Yeah. So at this point, they eventually get the Tiffin back and return it to Sicily and
Salvino.
Sicily, Salfredo, and once they leave, Raph tells Salvino never to speak with him again, and this is when Ben gets transformed back into his regular self.
Yep. And apparently, Kevin knew all along, which causes Ben to turn back into Raph and tell him what's what.
Yeah.
I fucking love this episode. Like, Raph is just such a freaking vibe to see on screen. Like, he just carries himself with a fucking presence.
Oh, he does. He really does.
But moving on to the next episode.
Primus. Oh, yeah, Primus that I've got as mine.
Yep. We got we got the team fighting another Technon robot as on Vilgaxia. Uh, Vilgax recalls the secret of the Omnitrix that Scare told him about. A planet known as Primus. And as the team and it turns out the team are fighting a Techodon robot. And apparently these guys are mass-produced battle robots, and the fact that but Lodestar manages to pull apart the Techodon and destroy the gauntlet before it escapes.
Yeah.
And then the Omnitrix is like, Omnitrix must return to Primus.
And Ben thinks Primus is a person, so he's just like, "Hey, I've got to go and find this this person called Primus." Wait, but before they can even formulate a plan, the Omnitrix teleports Ben to a jungle planet, and Kevin and Gwen are jumping just in time, and they end up near green lava leading to a volcano.
Yep. And then we also see a bunch of giant blue wasps known as the Vladicus biopsis, which drink the green lava shit and fly to the volcano.
Yeah.
They then attack the group, but for some reason Ben is unable to transform.
And it's saying again, like, it needs to return to Primus, and it disconnects itself from Ben, and the Photosha biceps bring it to the volcano, and this is where Ben becomes concerned that Azimuth is going to be mad at him for losing the Omnitrix, but they eventually come across destroyed biceps with scorch marks, as if they were destroyed recently, and a creature in the green lava watches the team, and Gwen makes a mana bridge over it when the creature grabs Ben and pulls him under, which causes Kevin to leap in, and Gwen grab both of them with mana, splashing the lava all around them as they enter into a tunnel in the volcano and go inside, which they see Humongous fighting Vilgax.
Yep, and they think Humongousaurus Primus, when in actuality, it's Azimuth. And we and then Azimuth turns into Wrath, and he gives a let me tell you something.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Gwen and Kevin run up to help Azimuth. Vilgax kicks their asses easily and takes the Omnitrix from Azimuth after he's defeated and transforms back from Wrath. And with Vilgax demanding Azimuth to tell him how to use the Omnitrix, when he should know.
Yes.
He was able to time out Ben back in the classic series.
Hey, maybe the fact that he's been away for some time has caused him to forget some things. But yeah, eventually, Ben does teach Vilgax how to use the Omnitrix and transforms it into Goop. But this is all a ploy for Ben to get the Omnitrix back from Vilgax and also save everyone, because he takes Goop's anti-gravitational projector and deactivates it, immobilizing him, which gives Ben the option to take the Omnitrix back and get everyone to safety when Vilgax attacks Ben, but Ben transforms into cannonballs. And as they're fighting, they are left hanging near the Condon stream, which is where all the lava is, and Cannonball kicks Vilgax into it, now falling in himself, and Cannonball transforms back into Ben. So Azimuth says that Vilgax is not defeated, but he emerges, having grown to an enormous size, and Ben transforms into Way Big. And with Way Big's Vilgax's battle, Way Big is able to throw Vilgax into space, which after the battle, Azimuth tells Ben that Vilgax will return to normal soon, and he reluctantly allows Ben to leave with the Omnitrix, ending out the episode.
We also do learn some lore about Primus. Is that the lava, the Codon stream, contains the DNA of every sentient species in the universe, and that is collected by the Volaticus Biopsis, and the Omnitrix wirelessly connects to Primus to access the DNA. To put it simply, think of Primus as like a laptop, and Primus as like another wireless device, like your phone.
Yeah.
And you hook it, or for some of the oldies out there, an iPod. You hook up your computer to your iPod, and you're able to download some music and pump up the jams.
Yeah, essentially. But with that, we move on to Time Heals, aka the episode with Gwen going through messing with time. So it's all about Gwen just trying to sneak into Hex's library to get the Artemis Book of Magic from the shelves, which she escapes with, and she's using this to go back in time to basically tell herself, don't let Kevin be mutated, which she does, but Professor Paradox cautions her, like, hey, don't cast the spell because something bad is going to happen. And because of the fact that she's able to do this spell, Gwen creates a post-apocalyptic future where Charmcaster and Hex rule over everything. So now Paradox is saying, like, hey, you have to fix this. You have to fix this for Ben and Kevin, and so she has to go back in time again to stop herself from telling her past self to not stop the mutation.
Yeah. I mean, on the upside, we got the return of Lucky Girl.
Yeah, Lucky Girl. She should have used that more often. But yeah, this is just basically the alternate what if timeline. What if the mutation hadn't have occurred?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they missed a good opportunity here because they had 3 Gwens in the same scene and they didn't do the Spider-Man meme. Yeah. So anyway, Gwen is able to reset the timeline and transform everything back to normal.
Yep. And
And with that, we can move on to the secrets of Chromastone.
It's my boy.
It's your boy back, and of course Ben has a cold again because we're not done ripping off the classic series in any other way. But we also have Tech Tracks back as well.
Yep, and Tetrax demands to get Chromastone, but when he tries to transform Ben into Chromastone, he gets Diamond Head instead. So, Tetrax uses a device to shatter Diamond Head to reveal a crystal sapien inside. Tetrax giving said crystal sapien a crystal, which alters his colors from magenta to red as he flies off into space. It's at this point where they demand an explanation from Tetrax after reassembling Diamond Head. Tetrax then explains that he discovered a way to resurrect his home planet Petropia through giving Chromastone the crystal that Vilgax used to destroy it when the planet's suns have aligned.
Yeah. So basically, Chromastone is Ben 10 Jesus.
Yep, he is Ben 10 Crystal Jesus.
Yeah. And of course, Vilgax is seeing all of this as well.
Yeah, but he's like, where the fuck is my crystal?
Yeah. And Tetrax wants to do this because he wants to redeem for what he did to his planet, and despite a few hiccups and everything, Chromastone is able to restore Tetrax's planets. So hey, Tetrax gets his people back.
Yeah.
And Ben does regain Chromastone as well.
Yep. Hold on. I do have to say that what was it? I don't know how to feel about this episode. Like, for being the episode about the return of Chromastone, I feel like it feels like there's just a lot of stuff that isn't explained.
Yeah, it really isn't if you really think about it.
Yeah.
And also it feels like Ben's cold was there just because.
Yeah, it didn't really like play into anything like it did previously.
Yeah. The only thing that it does give us is a good nod to the Alien franchise. In space, no one can hear you sneeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, we're nearly there, Tyler. We're nearly there.
And then we got to talk about the movie.
Yeah, which we can do really quickly as well.
Yeah.
So yeah. So Above and Beyond, the episode focusing not on the Alien Force team, but on Max Force.
Yes.
I know they're called the Plumbers Helpers, but come on, it's Max's team. It's Max Force.
Yeah. So, the Max Force are aboard a
plumber research satellite.
A plumber research satellites where they are all under attack by Ben
for some reason, and Kevin and Gwen are off on their own mission, so they're not in this episode.
Yep. So we see each of the plumber's helpers fighting Ben one at a time.
I've got to say, what I do like most about this episode, I don't know if you noticed this when watching it, is that the music, when they're on the satellite, the music only started playing up when they were actually battling Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah. which allowed it to give like such a creepy atmosphere.
Yeah, it just made Ben all the more threatening.
Yeah. So Ben. So the battles are that we have in this episode are Echo goes up against Helen. Manny goes up against Raph. And
Pierce goes up against Goop.
And everyone goes up against Big Chill.
Alan goes up against Big Chill. Everybody goes up against Humongosaur.
Oh, okay, all right, that was my mistake.
No worries.
Yeah. So, and they're all searching for Max because it's seemingly that Max is in danger, and by the end of the episode, it's revealed that that the satellite is projected to crash land in London. But here's the mistake. Here's the mistake I noticed when first watching this. So they show a map of Britain, and they clearly show that the satellite is not projected anywhere near London, because London is south on the maps of Britain, and that is clear, and that satellite is clearly going towards Wales.
Yeah.
So I guess the writers really like sheep, and they didn't want to really kill off all the sheep. But as it turns out, this whole episode, Ben was faking being evil Ben. Yeah, because this was all a test for the Max Force, aka Plumber Helpers, to see if they were worthy of being in the Plumbers Academy.
Which they do prove their worth by the end. I gotta say, this was a really fun episode.
Oh, it absolutely
it's really good
was.
Seeing Ben in the antagonist role, which we don't get often, except for episodes with Albedo.
Yeah. So I really did enjoy this episode as well, and like I said, season 3, it's not bad. It's just it's just not as good as the first 2 seasons. Yeah, but anyway, next we have Vendetta, which we finally get some backstory for Kevin.
We find out that his father Devin was a young partner of Max, and they got into a battle with a man known as Ragnarok,
who was responsible for causing Devin's death.
Yep, and now that Ragnarok has escaped in Karsakon in the Null Void, Kevin's out for revenge.
Yeah. So Ragnarok is searching for what he calls is his key. But he doesn't know where it is, so he ends up ransacking Kevin's house. And it's also revealed Kevin's mom knows about his abilities, which makes sense. And Kevin, despite being an asshole in this episode, being like, I don't need your help, guys. This is my battle. It does make sense because it's a personal vendetta, pun very much intended, on his part.
Yeah.
So we also have this line. Hello, my name is Kevin Ethan Levin. You killed my father. Prepare to die. And then we have Ragnarok saying, "No, Kevin, I am your father." Nah, I'm just kidding. So they end up going to Ragnarok's ship because it turns out a framed picture of Kevin's father was the key to Ragnarok, who reveals like, hey, my ship was cloaked, and now that I've got the key back, I can uncloak it so that I can conquer everything. So they do end up going into Ragnarok's ship, but Kevin injects Ben and Gwen before they can even do anything, and eventually Kevin is able to get his revenge on Ragnarok by killing him.
And yeah, which I gotta say, I really like this episode for Kevin.
Oh, it absolutely was well deserving of an episode for him.
And the fact that he doesn't like try to save save Ragnarok, it's like, oh, because like we would have expected him to save Ragnarok, but no, like,
No, you
Kevin
killed my
ain't like
father. You're not getting out of this.
yeah, penance, bitch.
Yeah, but now we finally reached that point after nearly 5 hours. Yeah, nearly 5 hours. We're finally at the finale of Alien Force.
The final battle.
Yes, which, like I said, I feel like this episode should have been at the end of the classic series.
So, on Galvin Prime, Mayax approaches Azimuth regarding a break-in. Only item that was stolen was
the Ultimatrix.
Yep.
Which is revealed that it's Albedo who stole the Ultimatrix, and he goes to Vilgax. It's like, hey, we both want to get Ben 10. We might as well work together.
Yep. So their current plan is to go after Gwen. Is to go after Gwen and Kevin first, and then take care of Ben.
Which, hey, it's not a bad plan.
Yeah, but his justification for it is like, the only times Ben has defeated me were with the help of his friends.
I mean, they have helped.
But, yes, they helped, but they weren't the sole reason that Ben won. Back in Primus, he beat Vilgax all by himself. Secret of Chromastone, he didn't really fight.
Yeah, I guess you've got a point there, but still, I mean, it's not a bad plan to get under Ben's skin, because Ben at this point is being overconfident again.
Yep. Though we also have an action sequence with the return of Crab. Why they feel the need to bring back Crab, I don't know, but
yeah, because I completely forgot about this guy until he showed up.
Yeah. The most I can remember about him is that in the classic series he was voiced by Billy West.
Yeah, but aside from that, like, if it was someone like Clancy, then it would have been like, oh, cool, Clancy. But also as well, Ben's plan to take out Crab involves screaming and running, which actually works.
Yeah.
And the asteroids that they have this asteroid like coming to them because they're on a ship fighting Crab, and it's like, hey, you might want to get this asteroid away from us, but nope, it destroys the ship that they're on as Ben messed up again. Mm-hmm. And Ben not learning anything, instead he wants to go and watch Sumo Slammer. So he goes and this is probably the funniest moment in the episode. So he goes and watches Sumo Slammer with Kevin, and Kevin's just there being like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. But Ben's just like, oh, no. This is Sumo Slammer Hero Generation.
Yeah, which Hero Generation was actually the
original title for Alien Force. And Ben it's basically Ben doing a cheeky wink to the audience, like, we know what you guys have been saying. We've been taking notes of this. Because, but like I said, I like Alien Force better than the original series. Yeah. So after Kevin leaves, Albedo attacks him with Diamond Head and defeats him, and then Gwen Gwen, when she knows, like, hey, that's my boyfriend's car, she just takes a piece of evidence from a crime scene. Yeah. So Albedo defeats her with swamp fire, and Max escapes from Albedo as who's using Spider Monkey and Wrath, and and even though he's trying to talk with Ben for a plan to not be trapped, Max basically sits Ben's ass down and being like, "Hey, we're gonna plan this out. Don't go driving in to save your friend. It's a trap." Ben goes away and Ben goes and gets and springs the trap anyway.
Yeah.
So at this point, we get Humongosaur versus Humongosaur, but because Albedo has the Ultimatrix, he can turn into the ultimate alien forms.
Yep, as seen with Albedo turning Humongosaur into Ultimate Humongosaur, which he now has missile launcher arms.
Yeah, so Ben is completely overpowered, and with Philgax's army around him, he essentially surrenders the Omnitrix to Philgax as part 1 ends. So part 2 starts up with Max in his plumber gear coming to the rescue and giving Gwen her spellbook, but not before Philgax's army bioconnects to the Omnitrix, creating a Humongosaurus army. Which I've got to say, well, good in hindsight. How much more better would it have been if Philgax ordered them to turn into echoes?
Yeah, because then they all would have multiplied.
Echo can multiply.
Yeah.
But no, it has to be Humongosaur, and of course at this point, Philgax is just like, yeah, you've run out of usefulness for me, Albedo. So yeah, I don't need you anymore. And once everyone is away, Ben is being emo because he lost his powers, and not even his jacket and Gwen's pep talk can help him.
Yep.
Go ahead.
He calls upon Azimuth to help him, so he can help everybody else.
And Azimuth is there as Yoda, explaining that the DNA connection with Max was why Ben got the Omnitrix. And Azimuth and Ben talk about the hacking and how Ben has used the Omnitrix in ways that Azimuth didn't feel like didn't expect him to, but he does believe that Ben is the right person to have the Omnitrix along with Max. So the way that Ben gets this plan to get the Omnitrix away from Philgax is actually kind of crazy. He sets the Omnitrix to self-destruct mode.
Yep, but thankfully, we don't have to worry about the entire universe being at stake because he only set the charge for 30 seconds.
Yep. So the Omnitrix gets destroyed in this episode, and Ben is just like, "Hey, Albedo, I'm taking the Ultimatrix."
Yep. And he's like, "Okay, self-destruct."
Yeah.
My favorite moment is like where Albedo goes, "You're bluffing," and Ben's like, "Ask Vilgax if I'm bluffing."
Yeah. So Albedo's just like, "Okay, fine, you can have it."
Yeah.
So now instead of the Omnitrix, Ben has the Ultimatrix.
And instead of Swamp Fire, we get Ultimate Swamp Fire.
Yes, we do. Which and now we get the final battle for now between Ben and Philgax, where the ship that they're on is self-destructing and running water. But of course, Philgax being squid-like, he thrives on water. Yep. So we're able to see Philgax's true form.
Monster. More on that later. And
yeah, go on.
He turns into a giant Cthulhu monster. More on that later, actually.
It's seemingly like Ben dies in this battle because of the giant mushroom cloud that explodes when taking out Vilgax's ship. But no, Ben survives, and we end out the episode and the Alien Force series with Ben lamenting, "Yeah, Vilgax will be back, but we'll be ready for him."
It's hero time.
Yeah, yeah. So overall, like I said, I really did enjoy Alien Force more than the classic series 4. It's more serialized storytelling. The fact that we have Paradox and Ship, and also Ben and Gwen don't argue as much. But I can see the problems with season 3 in the sense that, yeah, it does go back to some of the things that I disliked about the original series.
Yeah, I have a lot of attachment to Alien Force. You know, this is when I was getting really into Ben 10. We fuck Chromostone's my favorite alien.
Yeah.
And honestly, giving season 3 another look, I might have been too harsh on it. It has bad moments, don't get me wrong.
Don't even get me started on Simple. We do not talk about that episode. That episode does not exist.
Exactly.
If there's one episode that I pray you skip, it's that episode. It literally adds nothing to the series. So anyway, I think the last thing that we need to really talk about is the second live action movie, Alien Swarm.
Yep. So in this movie, we get introduced to 2 new characters, Victor and Elena Validus. Victor was a former partner of Max and protege, who then was given a dishonorable discharge.
And why was this?
Nanomachine's son.
Yes, Nanomachines. He was basically doing what Kevin used to do.
Yeah. So the primary antagonistic force behind this movie now are these things called the nanochips. They're basically tiny microscopic biomechanical organisms that move in giant waves and can possess people.
Yeah. So, and it just begs the question, like, since they were insect themed, why wasn't Clancy the villain of this film?
Because why? Because Clancy wouldn't add anything.
Yeah, fair enough. But what I will say about this film is, like with the first live action film, I think a lot of the cast really do fit into their roles.
Oh, I totally agree. Ryan Kelly does a fantastic job as Ben.
Yeah. And Kevin's car looks good, and the way they do Kevin's like transformation is pretty good as well. Gwen's abilities are a little bit off, in my opinion.
I also like Alyssa Diaz, who plays Elena in this movie.
Yeah, she was a very interesting character. It was kind of like Max didn't trust her because of her connection to Victor. And I can honestly sympathize with Max because of, like what I said to you, I had a couple of friends who I thought I could trust, but they backstabbed me in one of the worst ways. They essentially nearly made me homeless and made me suicidal, Tyler. So if their kids ever came up to me and be like, hey, I need your help in something, I'd be like, why? Why would I trust your family? So I can understand what Max was feeling.
Fair enough. It's
I mean, when you have a betrayal that's bad, that's so bad like that, it's kind of hard to trust anyone associated with them.
Yeah, but again, the Tennysons trust Kevin, and he was a former enemy.
Yeah, fair enough. I think honestly, well, Ben did trust her. Ben did trust her right out of the gate. It was everyone else around him.
Yeah.
Anyway, Big Chill and Humongous were the main transformations that were used in this movie, and they were okay. They were really okay for what they were.
Yeah, but going into the new transformation in this movie, the nanochip, part human transformation, nanomech.
Yeah, who is essentially Ataman.
Well, he can't grow, so I guess
No,
we're the atom.
that's what I said. The mighty Ataman, not Ant-Man.
Oh, I thought you said Ant Man.
No, I said Ataman. Sorry, it just sounds so similar. So yeah, Victor is essentially the vessel for the mother brain in this movie that's basically causing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
So and it's a standard Ben 10 adventure where they have a problem and they solve it by the end and everyone's hunky dory. And Elena looks like it's going to be part of the main team, but I don't. But I assume we never see her in the animated series.
Hold that thought.
Oh, okay. I will hold that thought. Oh no, no. And also as well, go talk about the chips as well. They become cannonbolt.
Yeah, there's a part in the movie where they all form a giant ball. It's basically the closest we get to Cannonbolt in this movie.
Yeah. And also as well, Kevin's car gets completely destroyed, and everyone is he's super pissed off about it. And there's a moment where Kevin's stuck going on about his car so much that Gwen rolls her eyes at him, like honestly saying, like, "Can you just shut up about your car for 5 minutes?"
I'll say.
Yeah. And I did put Gwen pissed off about Kevin talking about his car is divorced lover, aka his car. So yeah, they eventually end up getting Victor free of his possession, and that stops all the other possessions, and they all ride off into the sunset.
Yep.
So overall, I did enjoy this movie, but it's pretty much standard for Ben 10 adventures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. But one thing I will say is that Max is more like Sordon in this because he has his own command center. Yeah. So
it is kind of funny we're talking about Ben 10 because we actually did just get the announcement of a new Ben 10 comic series.
Oh, nice. Cool. Maybe they'll adopt that.
It'll be handled by Dynamite Comics, the same series, the same publishers of The Boys.
Okay. But yeah, that was everything on Ben 10 Alien Force. A pretty good series. Really enjoyed it. Much more than the classic series, and yeah. So looking forward to what we have coming next, which will be Ultimate Alien. And with that series, I have not heard many people saying whether it's their favorite or least favorite series. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yep.
Yeah.
But until then,
then,
peace.
Peace.